Alright, welcome to the show. This is Shiman Virabhadra. We are going to cover how Usyk is a cookie puss and my final prediction for Parker versus Wardley. So we are going to explain how Usyk is being a big cookie puss. Okay, let's start off with him saying, "Oh, Otama needs to fight more bigger names at the heavyweight division." Yet he can only fight who's in front of him. He's ranked number one, both the WBA and WBO. There's no excuse. There's no excuse to duck him because eventually, when he's in a place What's up, guys? Now we're continuing on with the show. Usyk being a clown, an absolute freaking clown. Usyk has no idea what's coming for him. Absolutely no idea what's coming for him. He's gonna get knocked the fuck out against someone like Caviel. It's an easy work. What's going to go down, bro? So I'm not really entirely all that worried about it. Usyk is just on this clown roll, and I don't really think that he's up on that level where he's fighting all comers. He's not doing that. He's just sitting around playing clown games, getting knocked out left and right. By Cabiel. He can't take them body shots. We saw that in his amateur days. Cabiel got him right to the body. So you got to look at that stuff. You got to look at that stuff. Usyk is a freaking low tier, freaking troll, freaking acting out like he's not gonna he's not gonna fight somebody like he is a manager for Moses Akama. He's acting like a clown, bro. He's not being anything good in the sport of boxing. The sport of boxing requires a lot of things. It requires courage. It requires the ability to take on whoever, whenever, you know. But I do understand that some fighters, they get really selective when they get to a certain point in their career. Absolute clown show for Usyk, freaking ducking, avoiding. Uh, we have to be mature about this. Usyk is not this big, great fighter that people have known him to be. He has he became undisputed in cruiserweight, and then became undisputed in heavyweight, then became undisputed again once the IBF pulled that stunt on Dubois. So it's some weird shit going on. Some really weird shit going on with the Usyk fight. You know, um, the clown show is just gonna keep on happening, bro. We don't know if Usyk is gonna be real or not. He's a clown, and he's just gonna keep on. Wardley is going to knock out Parker. Let me explain to you why, sports fanatic. I've been following your channel too. I remember you left me a comment for my dance video, so I appreciate your feedback. Now, sports fanatic. That's one of the reasons why I had to dig. I had to dig and make you a super wrench. I remember. That's one of the reasons why. Yeah, that super wrench right there. But anyways, Usyk has this weird thing of you know dragging his feet, finding his mandatories because everybody knows that an undisputed champion takes on it's kind of like a cycle of mandatory challengers, but it involves not only mandatories but like interim champions, um, even to a degree the WBA regular champion may find an avenue to fight for or against the undisputed champion. Usyk is just some doing this low tier clown work, and it's just the voiding has got to stop. So we're gonna move on to Parker versus Wardley. Okay, Parker versus Wardley is an easy fight for me to predict. Let me tell you why. The fight, when I look at Joseph Parker, I look at somebody who's done very minimal rounds in the past 18 months. He's probably been in like a couple of rounds in the past 18 months. And nobody really seems to care about that. Of course, Wardley's been done the rounds. I mean, he had a great fight with Justice Hooney, a fighter that I was real good on about. Of course, Wardley didn't have an amateur background, so he's not getting pushed as this big thing out of amateurs, which is one of the main reasons why people don't really push him that way. If he would have been some huge amateur success, perhaps he would have gotten pushed a lot earlier. But Wardley is a very, very dangerous prospect, or not, I guess, challenger, leading up into challenger at this point, with this him holding the WBA interim championship. Um, of course, we have another thing going on in the WBA. We're going to come back to that in a moment. In regards to Pulev and Atama, because Atama is mandatory for Pulev's title, and he could also opt to petition the WBA in order to challenge Usyk. Um, it really depends on the avenue you want to go. It's not just the IBF mandatory route where, the IBF is now last in the rotation. Okay? So when the IBF is last in the rotation, they're going to have the IBF mandatory is going to probably wait for 2 years at least, especially with Usyk fighting, potentially fighting someone for a voluntary defense. You know, um, he's saying he's gonna fight the winner of Parker and Wardley, yet he's in talks with this BKFC. He's been in talks. Of course, so there's always that prospect of a Jake Paul fight, depending on the outcome of what's going on next month. Um, there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding Usyk and all the things that entails. Usyk is just being an absolute dog shit clown. Um, you know, gravitating towards voluntary defenses to slow down the rest of the division from catching up. Usyk, um, he's very hesitant on fighting someone like Atama. You could see that in what they've been releasing. You know, Ring Magazine, uh, boxing scene, just to name a few people who have wrote about it. It's a different style, man. It's a different style, you know, that they're bringing up. But Wardley is such on a difficult level where he's limited because of his. They say he's limited because of his amateur background, which is not the case at all. It isn't. I've seen some fighters who come out of amateurs who have very, very, very good skill set. Norman is gonna absolutely murk AMA Sports Fanatic. It's not gonna be close. I mean, the only way I see it even being close is if the referee allows Haney to just hold on and clinch and clinch and clinch and turn it into a Muay Thai fight. You know, if I'm Brian Norman, I'm gonna go check out Tiger Muay Thai over there in Thailand or something like that, and throw some elbows, get familiar with the clinch, you know, because Haney's gonna be probably doing some illegal shit in order to deal with what Brian Norman brings to the table. It's a simple, simple thing. It really is. Of course, I think it's an alright fight. You know, I don't like Devin Haney. He his family was looking, or his brother Sean Haney was out not even days later after the Ryan Garcia fight, stating that he would he had a dream that Ryan Garcia failed a drug test. But listen to this. Listen to this to all those people who really want to know what actually happened. Because because what I have, you can find in the New York State Athletic Commission's final report. Okay? This is easy. Easy thing to do with. Haney, or I shouldn't say Haney, but what the New York State Athletic Commission determined. Okay, you have to listen to how it happened. All right, Haney, who is a snack fighter, who is involved with Victor Conti. Victor Conti, who also has had involvement with the voluntary anti-doping agency. Okay, so when the A sample and B sample had time to come, or the the test was took, and then they did the B sample. The B sample came back the same. Then Ryan Garcia reached out to a third party drug test in which took a hair follicle test. That hair follicle test was submitted to the New York State Athletic Commission. And when the New York State Athletic Commission made their final ruling on it all, the only thing that Ryan Garcia was wrong about was not reporting his supplements, bro. Not reporting his supplements, which is a different role outside of the whole entire performance enhancing drugs issue. So to say that Ryan Garcia was suspended over PEDs is an inaccuracy. It's that simple, bro. It's in the NISAC report. You can read it. You know, this is easy work. You can read it. Look up the New York State Athletic Commission's final report on Ryan Garcia, 2024. It's right there in the open for you to watch. Look at. And I've been going around telling people, hey, you're wrong for saying, keep on saying like the LDBC channels, the this, that, and the other. I'm like, man, did you not read the report? Because I know he submitted that third party supplement, or that third party hair follicle test. And they saw the hair follicle test, and yeah, they made the determination that there's a conflict of interest here. So pursuing a PED case in this instance wouldn't have really done much in its entirety. Now they said how. Now this is how Ryan Garcia ended up suspended. Okay, if you really care about what really happened. Well, when he was in the middle of explaining to the New York State Athletic Commission, he said that he received supplements like 2 days, 3 days before the fight. Maybe maybe 2 days before the fight, and he didn't report those supplements to New York. You're supposed to report your supplements to the athletic commission up there, especially if you're on like this long list. So if you take like, I don't know, 15, 20 supplements, or fucking 5, 10, I don't know, you still report them. Cut through it. Ness cut that shit off, man. Um, I'm 30 years old, black and browns, 45. I'm an elite. I'm an elite class fighter. He's a master fighter, which is like someone who's in between the age category of like 35 to 40, 35 and up, which is like basically for old fighters. But when you're in the elite division, you can compete up until like 39. So it really doesn't really matter. Yeah, like he's the fight is off, bro. The fight is off. He went live overnight about yeah, he went live overnight, but it is what it is, bro. Nothing can be really said about it. Black and Brown, he's like on this low tier shit trip, and I didn't hear him really say anything about the fight being called off because of Ness saying that the age gap is too big because in under USA boxing ordinance, the age gap has to be 10. If this was like the older unsanctioned days of border wars, you know exactly that it may happen. I was ready to tear his head off, and now I'm trying to determine if I'm going to continue on with boxing or if I'm going to go into MMA possibly. You know, um, well, the reason why I have the name is because I'm a Hindu, and that the name was actually given to me, and the story behind it. They see my red hair, they see I have a rage inside of me that's from somewhere else. Yeah, yeah, like I would absolutely give him a brutal. I'd actually absolutely give Black and Brown a brutal beat down. And Phantom don't even fight. He's come out and said that he don't even box. So, oh, nobody. I don't even show my face on here. So what makes you think I'll show my face? So I mean, I guess that's why you call him the Phantom was because he talks a lot of shit and he never shows up. So yeah, Black and Brown was gonna have a very, very long hospital visit. Probably good 2, 3 weeks. Probably a little over a month stay. He was those gloves and headgear were not gonna save him at all. I told him I would make him shit himself. Um, he seemed to be very quiet about it. And I wish people would reach out to him and let him know that I'm still interested in making a fight happen, but we can't have it involved in border wars for because sanctioning reasons, basically. So if we want to do this, I'm proposing doing like some type of YTBC charity boxing event because the licensing on a charity boxing event is less critical as putting on a show under USA Boxing itself. So we may be able to have more, and so we could put on a exhibition card of YTBC participants. So I've been looking around for venues and ways for that to manifest itself. But, it's all about finding a charity to get on board with what I'm doing. And I have full confidence that eventually we'll find something, and, we could start putting together the card from there. So if anybody has any interest, let me know. TOI? Ty looks like he's like 5'8", man. Freaking get him knocked, like he gets knocked out, bro. Yeah, he's a freaking clown ass, bro. Like I don't see. Like Ty, he's like kind of. Like, he made me mad back in the day, but you know, it is what it is, bro. I said I wanted Furioso versus Mad Chad as my co-main event for the card. Um, myself, man, I would brutalize that man. Yeah, he's just. There's nothing really to gain off of beating up Mad Chad. Why? Why would I beat up Mad Chad? Why would I fight Mad Chad? He's not going to instigate shit. Nobody's going to instigate anything. Yeah, man, I've been told it all, man. I've been told Chucky. I've been told, what's the other one? Malachi from Children of the Corn. I've been called all kinds of things, bro. I have been called all kinds of things. So, there's nothing really to bring up there. Let me see about the link. We'll put it together here. All right, then. Let's see if we can get that in. All right, there's a link. Let's start for the viewers. All right, then. There you guys go. So if anybody wants to hop on, hit the link. Okay. We'll talk it out, talk out some boxing, talk over my career choice moving forward. We'll see what happens. So there's a link. You know, Usyk has been a big cookie puss, and I come out here to talk about it. He's a freaking absolute donkey shit clown, bro. And I'm just waiting on somebody to come up here talking to me about it because they're gonna get cooked. They're gonna get cooked. All right, let's see what's going on, bro.
Not much, man. Just getting ready for work over here. What's up with you?
Man, just been cooking these clowns, bro. Been cooking these clowns.
Right
People
on.
telling me I look like Chucky, but I've been told I look like Chucky, Malachi. Been told I look like I've been told I look like 1,000 things, bro.
Chucky Malachi. Who's that?
No, I've been told that I look like Chucky or I look like Malachi. Like
Malachi
Chucky.
Malachi, the guy in Florida or wherever.
No,
Where? Wait, hold on.
Malachi from Children of
Coach
the Corn.
Malachi. Oh, I thought Coach Malachi.
No, hell no, no, no.
I was like, what the hell?
Definitely not Coach Malachi, bro. Definitely not Coach Malachi. Freaking
Oh
clown ass,
shit.
bro.
Hey, so
But like Coach
Brian Norman
Malachi,
is. Hey, Brian Norman Jr. He's plus 100. He's plus 110 or something. Who do you
shit,
think he'll
that's an
get the
easy
job against?
payday right there,
You
man.
think it's going the distance, or
Um,
you think he's getting knocked out? Haney's getting knocked out.
I think the last thing that's gonna go through Devin Haney's head, other than Brian Norman's left hook is going to be, why did I take this fight?
Right.
That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I know is going to happen because he's going to get. You can tell when somebody's, that like their thoughts are starting to change by their facial expressions when they get hit, and you can just read that, and he's going to start getting. You're going to start seeing him change little by little or bit by bit. I should say little by little because Norman is
Yeah.
hard, but he's going to get changed bit by bit until he's eventually going to look like Frazier Clark by the end of the
Hey,
night.
what about the Virgil Ortiz Erickson Lubin fight?
I mean, I think Virgil should stylistically have success
Yeah.
in the fight. However, I just don't see. I mean, Lubin can keep up a good scrap. You know,
Yeah.
I see it being competitive. I see it being competitive. Um, I haven't seen. I mean, I've seen Lubin really take an absolute beating from Fundora, but he was piecing up Fundora in that fight too. So it's like, man, the reason why Fundora is so awkward or why he's good is his size. He freaking, you can tell that, like some people say, oh, he's just naturally that skinny. But what I believe is that he does water manipulation so he can rehydrate. That's what I believe. Like
Who you talking?
he
Well,
literally.
you talking about Lubin?
No, I'm talking about Fundora.
Oh,
I said
Fundora. He
Fundora
water
likes to.
hydrates. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I think he's just he just cuts weight. I don't really see
he cuts weight, but he rehydrates too, man. He's not 160, 170 pounds coming in on fight night. Anybody who thinks that's a silly ass.
was he 6'7", six
Uh,
five,
what is he like? 6'5", almost 6'6".
6'5"?
I mean, in my opinion, Fundora should move up to like light heavyweight or
What
something
do you think
because
he? Yeah,
that
yeah. What
frame
do you think he walks? What do you
eventually is
think he
gonna get
walks
shot
around
down.
at?
I bet somebody like Fundora probably walks around not too far from about 180, maybe a little north of 180. That's what I really do think. The I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he gets up there to the 190s. To be honest, it wouldn't be
What is
outside the
his
norm.
reach? What do you think his reach is? Do you think his wingspan is actually taller than his height? Because some people are like that. Their wingspan is taller than their height.
I haven't got a good reading on his reach yet. I mean, it looks big. It looks like it could be like a 78 or 80 inch reach from how his arms are. But I mean, I've heard certain sources saying 76 inches, and I've heard other sources say like another measurement on what his reach is. So it's really hard to know unless if you have a tape measure when you see him like, hey, Pandora, let me measure your reach, and, and then you'll truly know what his reach is because these sources are just all over the dang place about
Yeah.
what his reach truly is.
Man, what's up with you? How much longer do you think? How much longer till we get the Virgil Ortiz? This is what everybody wants. Virgil Ortiz versus Boots Ennis. I think Virgil's been doing all the heavy lifting. He's been taking on the
Yeah,
toughest fights, and Boots hasn't really done anything.
he has been taking on tough fights, but it doesn't change the fact that he's still a 27-year-old prospect. Regardless of how people look at it. He was talking all that shit to Xander a couple years ago, saying, "Come and see me when you're a champion." Now Xander has the belt. He told him, "Now you come see me when you're a champion." Now, by the looks of
Are
it,
you talking about Boots or Ortiz?
I'm talking about Ortiz.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
the reason why I'm talking about Ortiz and Xander is because um, I'm trying to give you a backstory and what's leading into today. Like he wanted to push the push for the fight with Xander, but he wanted to like strong arm him into going into Las Vegas bout. But Xander is set on defending in Puerto Rico, and I'm hearing of talks of, and especially talks that have been proven by the Ring magazine, by the way, that Virgil Ortiz is set to fight, or is in the not Virgil, but Xander is in talks with Abbas Baru, the WBA champion, who was just promoted up. And from the looks of it, Xander Zayas is going to be a unified champion before Virgil even becomes a world champion. So,
Hmm.
let's just be real. And I think until Virgil wins the belt, he's not going to get a fight with Xander because all the shit that he was talking to Xander a couple years ago, leading up until this point.
That'd be a
Now,
good
with that
fight.
being said, I think Boots is waiting around potentially for the winner of Xander Baru, um, or he might look if their negotiations have stalled out slightly, so he could jump in a fight with Abbas Baru. That's what I've been reading because Abbas Baru said, "Well, I'm not going to sit here and negotiate forever. We got to get something signed by a certain date, or I'm going to have to move on." So, taking consideration that we got about the whole month of November and December climbing up into January, we're going to have to see something very soon, um, or a fight get signed very soon,
Right.
or a boss is going to probably negotiate with Boots or negotiate just to defend his WBA belt versus someone highly ranked in the WBA outside of Boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Boots is just the interim champion. The interim champion isn't always a direct route into fighting the full WBA champion, but I believe a boss Peru would be granted a voluntary defense um, if he wasn't able to get this Xander fight. But boss Peru has stated multiple times in the past couple weeks anyway, that he wants to fight the best because he not only wants to, propel his career upward, but he just wants to fight the best in the division to prove himself. So, which is respectful, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Xander. I believe Xander's gonna absolutely take out. Xander's a dangerous. Xander is kind of dangerous, like with his feet, his footwork, his hand speed. Um, I think that if you're, I'm gonna drop a gem on you here. even though
Right.
you haven't asked about it. Um, how I see like other fighters at 154, um, other fighters at 154 pounds, how do they match up stylistically with Boots Ennis? Um, Fandor gives them problems. Xander gives them problems because they both move. Bakram might get stopped. Other fighters are, I'd say, you're not going to have too many options right there to stop Boots at 154 unless if you can box and move. Bakram is a very hyper aggressive fighter, so I'm sure he's going to use some boxing, but he's just too aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, but everybody wants to see the Ennis versus Boot. Not Ennis versus Boot. The Ennis versus Ortiz fight. That's the fight everybody wants to see. What do you think it takes? What do you think it takes the Sheik to make that fight, or not the Sheik, but Turkey Alex Sheik?
Yeah, I think it'll take Turk to make that fight. Maybe they're the winner. I mean, I think if they're in talks, um, they should take it in consideration that all these people are sitting here amping up the fight. They want to see it so bad to be a title unification fight, but
Yeah.
it is more than that. It's a lot different than that. Um, Now that they both have secondary titles, they can unify the secondary titles to see what happens.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't care about whether they have belts or not. I'd rather see that fight than anything else at 154. I think we've been waiting. We've been waiting long enough.
Well, the issue is, man, when they try to marinate these fights, guys, they have this whole entire issue with, they want to make it big as possible. And if
Yeah.
you try to make a big as possible fight, usually you want to bring belts to the table
Yeah,
for marketing
I
reasons.
I agree, man. But you're also
I mean,
risking.
both of them have secondary. Both of them do have secondary titles. Remember that Virgil is the WBC interim, and now Boots is the WBA interim.
Okay.
So if that could still be a good fight, kind of like how Benavidez and Morel was kind of on that technical
Yeah.
level that we wanted to
Yeah.
see.
Listen, I
It's
don't. I
kind
don't
of
even think.
it might be like that. It might be
Yeah.
like that, to be honest.
The fact that it's such a highly anticipated
Mhm.
fight. Like I mean, uh I think it'll be a good one. I really don't care about what belts they have or anything like that. I think, like I said, we've been waiting long enough for this. It could be good for
I
both of them.
I honestly think that they're just waiting to see how Xander's and Xander and Baru's negotiations go, and if Baru moves on to another option, I think Boots will fight Baru. Um, However, um, I just don't see it because they've been in negotiations for quite a long while here, and you know I feel like a boss Baru is just salivating at an opportunity to unify his belts. You know, they're not unified. Yes, unify with Xander. See what happens. We're gonna see. We're definitely gonna see what happens because it's either a boss versus Xander, Boots versus a boss. But if it's Xander versus a boss, then I have Boost taking on Virgil,
There you go.
and
That'd be
then the
great.
winner
Yeah,
fights the
on the
winner
same
of the
card.
unification. Yep,
Put that
the
on the
winner of
same
that's
card
gonna.
right there. Yeah.
I don't think that that's gonna be on the same card because Xander is fighting and wants to fight in Puerto Rico, not in Vegas or somewhere like that. You know, so if I don't see Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis fighting each other in Puerto Rico, do you?
I don't know. I mean, if Turkey has to make, if Turkey's involved, I mean, I would imagine
And if
he's
Turkey's
probably gonna give
involved
Xander what he
making
wants.
Virgil and Xander, if Turkey's involved in making Virgil and Boots, he's probably gonna pull him over there to Saudi Arabia or put it in like a Las Vegas card or something. You know that.
Yeah. So
Hell, he
now
might put it in New York.
out of Xander, Fundora, Boots, and Virgil, like who are the top two out of those guys, in your
Oh
opinion?
man. Now, in terms of achievement or in ring skill,
I'm who you think will come out like number one, number two in the fight out of those four?
but what like the four champions
Yep.
or you said Zane? You said
If you were to mix and match,
so.
if those
So who
guys
are the
were,
four guys?
if those, okay,
You're talking about the four current
Fundora,
champions at 140. Mm-hmm.
talking about Fundora, Xander,
Fedor,
Boots, and
Bakram.
Ortiz. You could throw Bakram
Well,
in there. Go ahead.
I need to cut to the chase on that.
All right, go ahead.
I'm not going to I'm not going to keep a Boss Baru and I'm not going to keep a Boss Baru out of the conversation, and I'm not going to keep Bakram out of the conversation. It would be unfair to just say Fundora and Xander. You know what I mean? We got four champions in the
Yeah,
division.
it's watered down.
We got
I think.
interim champions.
Don't you think? Don't you think the belts are watered down? There's just too many of them.
Mm, I mean, considering that there's more push, I think Congress still needs to vote on it and everything. I know the California State Athletic Commission voted in supporting the TKO, and that's going to create the five belt there. Um, because I'm hearing more and more things on like whoever gets the TKO belt can challenge the ring belt champion,
Yeah,
the
you
ring
know what I
champion in
see?
their weight class.
I've I'm out of the loop. I'm 100% out of the loop on this one. I haven't been paying much attention. Now I know I've seen TKO in certain people's titles, like what's his name? What's that guy's name, man? One of the YouTube guy. He uh, Hispanic causing panic. The one guy. Shit, I can't think of his name right now. But he was touching on that topic. I really. So you're saying politics is getting involved? You said they had a vote on it somehow
Politics involved with what exactly?
with the TKO. We're bringing in TKO and a
Oh
fifth
yeah,
possible belt.
yeah. They had to pass it through Congress. Yeah,
What?
they they had to. Now let me explain it to you. They they proposed it to the California. They're trying to get different athlete like the
Yeah, you broke up. Maybe I
Okay,
broke up.
yeah. I had to do something, man. My headset kind of went dead on me, but oh well. We put them on the charge.
All right.
Um. All right. Repeat what you just said, man. Like the
So you saying that they had a vote, the Congress or whatever, they had
okay,
a
okay.
vote.
California State Athletic Commission. They propose.
All
They
right.
propose it. They've been trying to propose their TKO back bill to the California State Athletic Commission, who voted last Tuesday, I think Tuesday or Wednesday, to support it. And so when they bring that forth, and probably argue about that when it comes to voting it up in Congress, um, it's going to be U.S. legislation. However, this is an issue right here. California does not account for the other territories that make up the Association of Boxing Commissions. Let me show you. Okay, so this is my Association of Boxing Commissions card, for example. Right, you can see, you can read very, very closely that it says Association of Boxing Commissions in the background. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so the easy thing there is that you have to have multiple commissions on board because you go after California doesn't mean Oklahoma, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, uh, Texas. Just there's so many. There's um, even the tribal nations here in America. Like the Native American tribes.
Yeah.
Even some of them have their own athletic commissions. For crying out loud, so you can go on the Association of Boxing Commission's website, and you will get a huge list of commissions. Puerto Rico, like I'm talking about the whole lot of it, man.
Okay. That's crazy. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't.
I mean, you have to
I,
have support than more than just two or three states, man.
so what do you make of all this? Do you support them? Do you support TK?
Hell
Is
no,
that
I don't
turkey?
support it, bro.
Is that turkeys or what is that? Because
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know anything
turkeys.
about.
See, TKO is an umbrella company, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
And the umbrella company, um, underneath the TKO umbrella, is Riyadh Season, UFC, and WWE.
Oh, this is WWE.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they bought out everything then.
Um,
Man,
see,
Turkey did.
you notice how Trump dumped, like made a like several billion-dollar deal with the Saudi government, and all of a sudden they got this money. You notice that?
I didn't notice that. No.
Like he was over there in Qatar and Saudi Arabia a couple of months ago, but now here's this Saudi backed TKO bill that's trying to get passed through Congress. The Muhammad Ali Revival Act or whatever they try to call it.
Yeah.
That's clown worthy, bro. Absolutely clown worthy.
Yeah,
Using
I don't
politics
agree.
to screw everything up, and like, yeah, you can make a belt that has a league, and that league winner of that belt can challenge the ring champion, but there's already an amount of confusion. The reason why I don't think it works is because the PBC without Heyman, they couldn't even make it happen. So you can bribe, and I'm siding with Oscar De La Hoya on this. Where were the fighters? Where were the fighters and the promoters? Why weren't they notified when they had this meeting with the California State Athletic Commission?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, and also, let's not
See,
leave out the fact.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Mhm.
Dana White, Donald Trump, and Dana White, they have a relationship.
Yeah, they're tight. I know.
Yeah, they've been
Trump
supporting
goes
each
on
other.
those UFC cards all the time.
Yeah, they've been supporting each other back and forth. So I think
Yeah,
Dana
over
White,
20-year relationship. Him putting on them fight cards in Las Vegas, and most of those fight cards were at Trump's venues.
right? So that has something to do with it too. Yeah, there's some shady shit going on.
Yeah,
Like
so it's business,
I like
bro.
Turkey. I like Turkey. I like you know I like what he's done for the sport so far. I just don't like uh I just don't agree with what he's trying to do. I know he's trying to corner the market and take over. He's gonna do away with uh, all those other belts. So he's just gonna make it one, and they're paying these fighters all this money, and they know that's not sustainable. You
Well,
can't just
I've
overpay
read
these
the
guys.
bill. I actually took the time down to read the bill. Okay, and in no part of the bill does it say eradicating the other,
No, not
like
now.
the other
Yeah, of
parts of
course,
boxing.
not now.
Well,
You're not gonna do
what
it
I'm
now.
seeing, is gradually it will lead to that. Because they'll be like, oh, nobody's fighting for our belts, or nobody's showing any
Yeah,
interest, and it's going to end up bankrupting the sanctioning bodies. So,
that's exactly what. Yeah, because they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it so that all the fighters are gonna want that TKO belt. You understand what I'm saying? Because they the
oh, they
ones
want to
that's gonna
chase
pay
the
the
bag.
most.
This
Yeah,
Mayweather
it's
era makes people want to chase the bag, and you know, with the TKO belt now. Now, yeah, they're going to be taking cuts and stuff like that, but yeah, you better offer your fighters insurance and all this good stuff, as well as decent paydays, because their pay scale, if they go by the UFC pay scale for fighters, they're gonna get screwed. Okay, so they're probably saying, um, these fights are gonna be but 6 rounders, most of them, or they're gonna have like some type of tournaments to come up with a belt holder. Like who really knows how political and shit it is.
yeah that it's gonna
But
it's
why bring up the Zuffa belt if
well
all it's doing is leading into fighting the Ring magazine? And, like, the Ring magazine isn't even a sanctioning body. Matter of fact, in the late '90s, I remember a report that said that it was around the time of my Iron Mike Tyson, where the Ring magazine belt just up and vanished there for a moment, because they had really tough times recognizing people. So that right there tells me that the rankings can be bought. And
oh yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
definitely.
trust the Ring magazine. I never have trusted. And now that Turkey Al Sheik has control over it, I really, really don't trust it. Because you're just going to be putting guys up there that have no damn business. They have Virgil Ortiz. Um, Virgil Ortiz, highly, highly ranked, and he don't even have a belt at 154.
Okay.
What is he doing ranked to 2 or 3, and him not even having a belt? Come on, man.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Well,
got to
yeah,
bring some
yeah. You got a
gravitas
little
with you,
point there.
bro. You got to
You got a
bring
point
some
there.
gravitas with you. Facts. Facts. I'm
Yes,
gonna put
sir.
on my nerd glasses, bro. I'm gonna put on my nerd glasses and say these boys are clowning, bro. They're clowning.
Right. Are you a subscriber of Ring Magazine?
Hell no. Screw the Ring Magazine. I'll start listening to what the Ring Magazine has to say when they become a sanctioning body, which is never, by the way.
Yeah. So where do you get what articles do you read? Like what site do you go to for your
Well, I go to various
news? Do you go
sites.
to
I mean, I
BoxRec?
go. Uh, well, BoxRec is only so much. I mean, I go to BoxRec and Fight Facts. I go to Fight Facts because you have to be able to see what the WBA looks like, right? Yeah, BoxRec ended up having that lawsuit against the WBA because of the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fight Facts ended up. I think
Can you
the
hear me?
BoxRec ended up suing the WBA because of the situation with them taking the the images of these fighters from BoxRec and putting them on Fight Facts, and that's the reason why you don't see the WBA belts or anything regarding the WBA on BoxRec now. Is because of that what happened with Fight Facts last year. So if you're wondering why someone doesn't come up as a WBA champion on BoxRec, that's your reason why.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't notice it.
Fight Facts. Yeah, Fight Facts. If you want want something to show your WBA rankings accordingly, or your or shows the WBA real good, go to Fight Facts.
All right.
Yeah,
Fight facts.
FAX, not CTS.
All right. Yeah, I'll look it up.
Yup. Yeah, I think that yeah, there's a few webs like that's just for archiving, but for reports, I have my own sources on a lot of things, so I don't really have to do too much digging. When I do dig, it's usually like boxing scene. I pay attention to what goes on over there in the UK, so like Sky Sports or
Well, you go to Sky Sports for your UK
man,
stuff.
I look at all kinds of I look at all the news is all the news
IFL. Well,
to cipher
what's that guy's
yeah to
name?
cipher
Keegan.
through what's bullshit or not.
What's that guy's name? Keegan or Coogan? From IFL.
Yeah, man, I don't really know his name, man. I don't hear his name too often, but I think it might
Well,
be Keegan or something.
Keegan. Yeah, yeah, there it is. Keegan. Um, yeah, I
Mm,
listen to him for like UK stuff. Him and Hatman. I like Hatman. I've
mm.
been
That
subscribing to
man is
Hatman
good.
for
That man is good.
yeah.
I mean, there's another
Obviously,
guy
not
named
as big as what
Lawrence.
he is.
There's another guy. His name is like Lawrence something or other. Like I forgot his dang name. No, I just watched him the other day. He has this weird monotone voice, which kind of sounds like he's a black fighter and he fights professionally. Okay, but he has his own YouTube channel
Yeah.
and he has this weird voice, like he's overemphasizing something in like a Tony Jeffries voice. Where he's like, all I'm going to do is say it's sound, and he fights like a bum because he is a bum. It's sounding all monotone and shit. It's ridiculous,
Right.
man. like
Hey, speaking of the UK, man, hey we get those guys are gonna run it back. Those Connor Ben and Eubanks.
yeah, that's just like a freaking
Like
fight. I
they said
don't
it
even
was
really want to watch again, to be honest,
yeah yeah right right.
because
It has
the
no.
only thing Connor
I
Ben
guess it's something
has
big to them.
outside of freaking PEDs is freaking I don't care what they say. I'm not gonna say, oh, all these eggs are gonna make me pop, bro.
That's the saddest mistake in the history. Good masking agent, if you ask me. But all of a sudden, you notice after like he significantly like lost his power after he came back from all this.
No, I don't know. I don't know if he lost his power or not. How old is he? He's
I
in his thirties,
mean,
right?
I actually have, I actually have Eubank looking to stop him in the fight. Usually, the better boxer comes out even better off in the rematch.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try to finish each other this time. It was a pretty good. It was a pretty
Yeah, we're gonna see some brain
good
damage in
effort
this
they put in
second fight.
last fight.
But
But
but Eubank's gonna have to follow the drug protocol, bro. Or not Eubank, but Connor Ben has got to follow the protocol, bro. Because remember they were supposed to make that fight happen like years back, and it ended up falling through because somebody got egg-headed. You know, started blaming things on the eggs. Hilarious, man. Of course, you're not going to. Of course, you're not gonna fight
well, that's what
somebody
they
who
do,
has.
man. Well, that's what they do. Listen, that you never heard anybody aside from Shane Mosley. Other than that, you're not gonna hear them admit to guilt. They're not gonna admit, hey, I took a banned substance. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna try to blame something like eggs or meat or something else.
Indeed, indeed.
As silly as it's gonna sound. I mean, you got John Jones. You heard what John Jones said, right? He was he was blaming it on Viagra or uh, one of those meds, you know.
Or I remember one fighter, he ended up getting busted for taking one of those pills from the gas station.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about, man. Them gas
Yeah,
station pills.
the blue rhinos or something like that. That's what it is, man. That's what it
Never
is.
had none, don't need none. So stay healthy, don't worry about it.
Yeah, there you go. It's really just diet.
Yeah, you eat a lot of shit that has a lot of cholesterol in it. It
Exactly.
makes your like that's where you start messing up, bro.
Yeah. It's just a good, you know what? Just a good fast, a good 5 day fast. You know what I mean? Just a good fast would
Well,
help
you
out if
you
you're
also
having
want to
those
keep
issues.
you also want to keep fit to a degree. You know,
Yeah, because you need your
the get the blood circulating too.
there
You
you go.
know, and you don't have to worry about issues like that.
Right. Yeah, and those guys are world class athletes. So all those pill stuff, that shit is out the that shit's out. Those pill excuses, man. That shit it shouldn't fly, but that's what they like to use. Those
Yeah,
silly
most of these
excuses.
fighters are industry fighters anyway. You know,
Yeah.
like they have everything selected for them. Who's your next opponent? Though I wouldn't take that opponent because so they got their matchmakers all on board with how they're trying to move their fighters. It's that simple, bro. And
Yeah.
some fighters end up getting to the top without proving a damn thing. It would be quite fair. You know, like I respect Lomachenko, but him getting a world title fight in his second fight is absolutely clown ass, right?
Yeah, his fans will beg to differ, but
I mean, and I remember that Salido fight, and I was happy when Salido won too, because I think skipping in line is wrong. You know, so
how did you see that fight? How did you score it?
I saw low blows galore, bro. It was a beautiful display of that slick Mexican skill, and then good body shots. Those good body shots. Like, yeah, it's silly, man. It's silly.
Lomachenko. He should have went pro much sooner.
Who should have? Who should have went pro?
Loma. He should have went pro much sooner than he did, man.
Yeah, but you know, some of the Eastern Europeans spend too much time in amateurs. Like, what are you doing fighting 400 or 500 fights in amateurs anyway? Stupid.
Right. It's like the Cubans.
Screwing like I would rather walk with somebody like Fabio Wardley or Dwight Muhammad Cowie, who didn't even have an amateur career at all, and they still went on and done their thing.
That's wild. What do you think they were just in the gym training the whole time? Like,
Well,
what were
Dwight
they?
Muhammad Cowie, he was like he started picking up boxing in prison, and when he got out,
Oh yeah, from
he
Rutherford,
ended up
New Jersey.
yeah he ended up picking up and going right into the fight game, and went on to become a cruiserweight champion of the world. And
Yeah,
he
but
ended up
hold on, hold on,
fighting.
hold on. So you're saying he didn't? Yeah, he didn't. You're saying he didn't have a amateur career, but the guy boxed in
Mhm.
prison. That's kind of
I didn't. I
amateurish.
didn't box. I didn't have an amateur career, and I fought unsanctioned fights. And I have my ABC. I have my boxing license to fight sanctioned pro fights. And this is just some of the things you need. Like right here, you see that some extra papers around like this right here, like your athletic commission or your Department of Commerce tag right there, like whatever your state's emblem is will
Yeah,
determine that.
I know guys that box and do MMA. Like I worked with a Guatemalan guy that box. He had a video on YouTube. He's a little short guy, but he's strong though. For being a short guy, he's very strong. His name was Sebastian Baltazar.
Why does that name seem familiar, man?
Nah, he's not. Oh, you know what? Hey, he he uh he fights under a different company, but it's like Top Rank. Like Top Rank runs that. It's like the parent company of some sort.
Yeah, I'd have to see. I mean, are you sure he's not like with Eye of the Tiger or something like that? Like up in Canada, or is he somewhere else?
No, no,
Like a regional promotion?
he's he's over here in Seattle, Washington area.
That's the reason why I've heard the name. That's the reason why I heard the name
He
because
fights around
not too
the.
long ago, not too long ago, I heard a few things about what's going on in Washington.
Oh yeah, very small circuits, man.
You
Like I
know,
don't
like
even
I
think
fought in Aberdeen, Washington. So
you have.
there's like a yeah. So it's like different. It's different, but we'll definitely see. Um,
Wait, hold on.
Let me
You
see.
said you fought.
Sebastian Baltazar.
He's like
Say again.
120. You said you fought professionally,
Unsanctioned fights
unsanctioned.
for
I'm
money.
sorry. Okay, I heard you
For
wrong. I'm
money,
sorry.
bro. For money.
For money?
I'm
Like,
not
what do
doing
you
this
mean?
shit for free.
No, what do you mean for money? Like they pay you, or like is it like the winner
Hmm.
takes all type, or what? What do you mean? Like they give you a
Yeah, or
purse?
you get your set rates, and you might get a winner's bonus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cause Sebastian would tell me his pay was like anywhere from 3 to 6, something like 3 to 6K, which really isn't much, but he does it. He obviously doesn't do it for the money. He works at Cisco. Cisco. This was when I worked at Cisco Foods. So he had a
I
full
mean,
time
have you ever
job.
heard the name Christian Late? You ever heard the name Christian Late before?
Nah, I haven't.
Let me see. 12 wins, 279 defeats,
What the hell?
and like nine draw. And people asked him, like, he had like three. He's a veteran of 300 fights. He retired after his 300th fight,
Yeah,
and
that's
he
a
only
guy that
got
just
knocked
loves
out like
boxing.
out of those 279 defeats. He only lost five by knockout.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so
crazy.
even lacking what I can tell you is even when certain fighters lack in skill, they still love to box
Yeah.
and they do it for the sake of competition. And I find it very overrated that everybody's going for the belts. Like, be personal. As much as I don't care about like certain athletic commissions and stuff, like I could go and fight 150 bums and knock them all out and say that I'm the greatest of all time because I knocked out more fighters than Archie Moore did, right? And Archie Moore has the most knockouts in boxing history. So that's how that works. I would rather go fight 150 bums than fight 35, 40 fights against these so-called elite fighters because I don't want to be caught up in negotiations left and right. No, I just want to smash someone's head in and have a
Yeah.
good time. So they probably put me on as a murderer's row like fighter anyway because I will say what needs to be said before the fight that will up their mind. I mean, even Caleb Plant didn't want any of this smoke for like over 5 years ago. And what do you expect?
Hey,
What do you
you said
expect? A
Caleb?
lot of these
Hey,
guys
how
aren't
how
going to
tall
fight me.
how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot tall,
Oh, that's good. Pretty good height. What
but I
what
have
what is your
I have a big arm. I have a big reach though, man. I have a big reach. I have that. Roy Jones and I have that huge reach.
what?
Six
Isn't
foot
Roy
tall,
Jones?
probably about 6 foot tall, about 78 inch arm reach.
Roy Jones is how
So
tall is Roy Jones?
he's the same size as me. I'm not for sure if he's 5'11" or 6 foot tall, but I know he's like around that 6 foot tall mark.
Okay.
What gets people is his reach though. His arms are long, and that's why when you see
Well,
him,
it's more
he
than
has
just
the
his.
broad shoulders.
Yeah,
He has
it's more
broad
than just
shoulders,
his
and
reach. I mean, he's quick. He's got fast
well, of course.
reflexes. In his prime,
But
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about actually talking about size attributes, like the
Okay.
skill that he has and the speed, the movement and all that. That's a whole nother situation I'm talking about. Those are skill attributes. I'm talking about physical attributes. So
Right.
he
Okay.
his discipline came from his dad, who was a freaking military man. So didn't want him to go around screwing around. So yeah,
I
yeah, Roy
I
Jones.
I think that's the best I've seen it like in my era. Maybe I don't know. Like, cause I couldn't think of anybody that could beat Roy Jones in his prime.
Well, I knew of one person that could beat Roy Jones long before the fight even happened, and that
Who
was
was that?
Joe Calzaghe, bro. I knew Joe
I
Calzaghe would tear up Roy Jones,
I think he caught him
and he
at the
did.
right time. He caught him at the right time, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Calzaghe's one of the few fighters to retire undefeated with his faculties still intact. Put an asterisk next to that one, buddy.
That is true. How many fights did he have?
46-0.
Yeah, and he looked amazing throughout
Who
the
was?
ending of his. Yeah, Calzaghe,
Are
he
you talking
looked
about?
amazing.
Yeah, Calzaghe looked wonderful. Like he, from the time he fought Jeff Left Hook Lacey to Mikhail Kessler or even back in the late '90s when he won the WBO belt from Eubank Senior. Um, you know, um, that Mikhail Kessler fight was pretty fire though. Not gonna lie, just to see how or just to see how he changed it up on Mikhail Kessler, making the adjustments.
Yeah. You've been keeping up with
And,
the MMA?
yeah, I've been keeping up with MMA because I'm considering transitioning to MMA when it comes to fighting wise. And so, of course, I'm interested in it. I'm not very interested in doing very much business with the UFC because Dana wants to be shit and he can eat shit. So he can go fuck himself in that regard. I would rather go undefeated in MMA against a bunch of bums than fight one of his fighters and embarrass him because all their guys are hype jobs anyway. They sign these guys from these supposed promotions these or they recruit them or they basically bring them in very very early and then they push them to be something bigger than they really are. So you can call
You
that being a promoter, but at the same time, you're trying to create a monopoly in MMA.
they didn't
You got
try.
the
They didn't.
now that
They
he
actually
has
did.
now they have competitors like One Championship and stuff like that, or in PFL. Um, there's some weird weird competition for him right there. But the UFC is going to do what it always does, which is to try to either buy someone out or destroy the market that they're in. So if somebody like One Championship, for example, um, they usually they do a lot of fights in like Thailand, Singapore, and places like that. In Southeast Asia, right?
Uh huh.
And sometimes they might go to Qatar once every once in a while. So I do know that the Qatar does send they, like they take a good percentage of their money from the Qatar fund or whatever they call it,
Uh huh.
and they also have like a list of other investors that help keep One Championship running. Where in the UFC, they're sucking up everyone's ass. And Turkey Al Sheik is probably being an ass licker, freaking going after like teaming up with Dana White. You know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, kind of shit. So you're seeing more UFC fights. That's why you were seeing UFC fights in Saudi Arabia and Uber South, just all those clown shows over there. That's why you have what is his name? These guys have like Islam Makachev, like all the Dagestani lot. Majority of them guys, like a lot of them guys, stay together in Abu Dhabi, over there in the United Arab Emirates, right? But United Arab Emirates and or over there in one of those Gulf countries, basically. So you got Abu Dhabi, Dubai. Um, what's the other one? Doha. Um, of course, you got to fight. I don't know if anybody would want to fight in Bahrain, but I do know of many races that go on over in Bahrain. But very recently, I noticed that all these Saudi and Gulf Persian or Arabian Gulf countries um, started dumping money into various sports so they could host some sort of event or events there. And one thing I noticed is the complete disregard of these sports, completely disregarding the history of Saudis absolutely getting charged by the sports court in Europe, the international, the ISC, right?
Yeah.
And yet people are still dumping money into them and getting all these return investments. So what I'm seeing on a worldwide scale is everyone bending the knee to Saudi Arabia. I've seen it in soccer. I've seen it in or seen it in soccer. Seen it in multiple sports across the board.
Yeah, they
So it's
have
like, well,
very deep
screw it
pockets.
all. Screw it all. You know who's worse? Somebody taking money from Qatar or somebody taking money from Saudi? Because to be honest with you, neither of taking money from either of them isn't a very good look. And one reason why I don't like Turkey Al Sheikh is because he has a wing of a prison. In Saudi Arabia, there's a prison called Al Hayr prison, and
Okay.
within that prison, there's a wing called the Tutu wing. Okay, and in the Tutu wing, all those people that there's about five. There's about 5,000 people in the Tutu wing, and with a huge percentage of them being sentenced anywhere between 15 to 20 years for just criticizing Turkey Al Sheikh.
Yeah. Hey, you could go to jail in the UK for stuff like that nowadays.
Well, I'm not going around. You can go to jail in the UK for calling somebody a Nazi, for crying out loud.
Well, and I think, unfortunately, I think America's headed that way, where they can just send you to prison. I mean, not anytime soon, but it's coming.
Man, they tried to do that with the Biden administration and all that shit. You know that didn't quite work out.
Yeah. Well.
But I guarantee you, if if they would have if they would have gotten the upper hand in the last election, we would have been there, no doubt. I do agree with you on that.
So, but 20 years, that's crazy though.
20 years of what?
You said 20 years just for saying something, in Saudi Arabia.
And let me fill you in why I don't like Saudi Arabia, why I don't like Turkey al Sheikh.
Yeah.
Okay, it's because of he helped Mohammed bin Salman get in the position he's in. And I never liked Mohammed bin Salman because I know he ordered the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, who
Wait,
was
hold
a
on, man.
Saudi
He's
Arabia.
a hold on. He's the prince. Didn't his father?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't his father being a king? I know they
Well,
have like a
see
hundred sons,
see
but
in Saudi Arabia, the monarchy doesn't the crown doesn't go hereditary. It's not a hereditary title. It goes horizontal. So it goes from the uncle, or it goes to his uncle. It went from Mohammed bin Salman's dad to his uncle, and then his uncle handed power to him. That's how Saudi Arabian royal the lineage works,
oh, okay, I
right?
didn't know.
Because
Yeah,
it's
I didn't
not
know
like,
that.
not all monarchies are hereditary. Where the son inherits his father's throne.
Yeah,
Some of them, they kind of think of it kind of like what happened with Fidel Castro, how it went to his brother and then it went to someone else. You know,
yeah,
so it's kind of similar to what happened with Castro, but not exactly the same. And
right.
so, I mean, he could have handed it off to one of his sons, but it probably would have gone downhill really quickly. Um, so with the hereditary, not having the hereditary lineage in there, Turkey al Sheikh, he had his involvement in getting Mohammed bin Salman's uncle to to basically give him the power to be next in line. And yeah, we saw the way it worked, and we see that he's in power. He's definitely one of the top dogs. So what happened with Jamal Khashoggi pisses me off till this day, because Jamal Khashoggi went to the Indiana State University here in the USA. Okay,
Okay, he's a reporter, right?
yeah, he made articles and stuff like that. He'd make little cartoons and stuff like that too. Pretty good guy. Pretty good. Like, I've seen him. Like, when I read like international articles and stuff like that, I'd always see his
Yeah.
stuff, and I think he always brought a bunch of in depth stuff to the table. And what happened to him was the Saudi internal affairs. Somebody from the internal ministry followed, or knew Jamal Khashoggi was going to be at the Saudi embassy in Istanbul, Turkey. So he went in. You could see they showed footage of Khashoggi entering, but not exiting. And here in a moment I'll tell you why. Because internal affairs went in there, they killed him, and then they cut his body into pieces, and then took him out in darn traveling bags.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
Hey, but you remember when America killed that? Well, this guy was highly critical of something about the Americans, and I don't know. I don't remember what it was. I think he worked for Breitbart, or maybe he owned Breitbart, but they killed him in that Tesla. Like, it was speeding. I think they made the Tesla. This was when Tesla first came out. They made the Tesla speed and it hit a tree.
Yep. I wouldn't get a Tesla anyway, man. I just think it's stupid. Like, why would I? Why would I? I'm very conscientious on computers, right? Computers can get hacked, and anything that has a computer in it, that runs certain systems in it, can get hacked. And
Yeah.
I'm one of the people that believe completely, entirely, that Teslas can be hacked.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So, like you just said, you could just be driving around in your brand new Cybertruck, and you're an activist saying, fuck the right wing or whatever it is, or whoever whatever, and then all of a sudden, your car starts acting up.
Yeah. Like it was so long ago. I don't remember what he said, or maybe it involved some like some military stuff. That I don't know. It involved some, but he made some articles, and there's a big conspiracy over that.
Well, I'm thinking about going and creating the water car, water fuel car, like Nikola Tesla was actually trying to do, not this electric car bullshit. If you're gonna put the name Tesla on it, make a car that runs off of water, bro. Not this shit. Because Tesla already had the models. He already had the designs. But the feds wanted to go in there and tear that shit up. They wanted to take over all his stuff when he passed, bro. So in my opinion, Tesla isn't a fair reflection of what was the ideas of Nikola Tesla.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. What
Like,
do
they
you
need
want
to
to
take
say?
the name Tesla off of them cars, because Nikola Tesla did not did not did not have electric power cars
I
in his papers. His stuff was water power.
okay. I didn't know. I didn't know that. I thought Tesla was electrical. But getting
Well,
back to your
Tesla is
point.
electrical car, but they robbed his name, and they put it and they robbed his last name and slapped it on an electric car.
Uh,
That's not his family. That wasn't his family who did that. No, that was somebody else who did that.
yeah.
They need to
Well,
make me a water car now.
I think it was the oil and gas industry that was more involved in that. I don't. Did you say it was the government?
And why would the feds go in there and freaking taking all of his writings and notes?
Oh, right, right, yeah. But I think it was like I think it was I think it was the oil people. You know, they own the
I
feds
think
pretty
it
much.
was I think it was the oil people in bed with the government.
Well, the oil people they have more of a they have an influence over that.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if they said, well, they probably had a friend in the FBI, knowing how big them guys are at.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, it's not quite the Rockefeller money, but
Well, it is.
it'd
It
be
it
nice to
is.
it'd be
It
nice to
is
put on the
Rockefeller money.
Ritz like the Rockefeller money. I put on the Ritz if I had Rockefeller money, bro.
Well,
I
I mean,
wouldn't. I wouldn't buy a whole bunch of fancy ass clothes, not like $5,000 hoodies and shit like that. I think that's wasteful as hell,
Those
to be
guys don't
honest with you.
care. Those people that rich don't care about what they look like or
I would be
anything
a
like
good
that.
I see I would be a good rich person with principle, not the type of person that throws his money around in order to get whatever he wants done. You know, I'd approach it from a more humble angle than just throwing my money around.
Yeah.
You do as I say, kind of shit. You know, kind of like what Turkey Al-Sheikh is doing. Like I'm not
Yeah.
that type of person because having money or not having money, the principle still stands. Not to go around buying overly expensive things in which are not as a necessity to you. Okay, so
Yeah.
necessity, like if you have clothes, okay, would you rather be logical here? Would you rather buy $1,000 suit or $1,000 worth of clothes, bro? Be real.
I'd rather get the $1,000 worth of clothes. Like it
That's
depends
what I would get too, man. Because
it
what's some
depends who I
fancy
am
ass
though. Hold
suit
on, hold
gonna
on.
cost?
Well, I mean, if you were a business person and you needed a suit,
Well, you can
you
get a
know,
suit for a hell of a lot cheaper than $1,000, though, man.
yeah, I'd rather get a
But
couple
but of
suits.
course, the rich people are gonna be saying, "Oh, you in a cheap ass suit." Well, I'm like, well, you look stupid as hell in your suit too.
A lot of people they buy expensive stuff to just to look rich, just to look and appear rich.
They're clowns, bro. Let's just be
And then
real.
and then there's some of them that just are rich. Like I don't know why like the Mayweather had those Gucci whatever those towels. I heard they ran several $100. Like why would you spend a couple $100 on a bath towel? It makes no sense.
Yeah, like Mike Tyson getting charged like what was it like one
10,000.
one to $2,000 a towel or something like that.
Yeah, but that's Don King.
Yeah,
That
I remember that
Tyson didn't
one
know he
too.
was spending
That
that
was
much.
the
Tyson,
that was Don King. That was Don
yeah,
King who was ripping him off that hard, bro.
regular white towels. Remember Tyson used to come in with the towel. He would just cut up a towel and and wear a towel.
What if he would have said, "Fuck your"? I could imagine him saying, "Fuck your towel out," or I could tell him to say, I could hear him say, "Fuck your towel." I bring my
Tyson had.
own, bro.
I think Don King had
Tyson should have done that to Don King, man. Shove your towel up your
he
ass,
tried
bro.
to. I would imagine he tried to, but Don King has security.
I would bring my own towels, bro. At that point, I know now if I get signed by Don King in the future to bring my own towels.
Yeah,
Bring my own water, bring everything. So he can't say, "Oh, you use this, you use that."
yeah. Hey, Don King, he
Well,
killed a
that's
guy,
what
didn't
I
he?
should be doing anyways, bringing my own water. Uh, I heard it. I heard he went to freaking prison over it, and then he got out. All this other shit. Like, uh, I don't know all the details of what happened, but I think they determined he was right in defending himself to a certain degree, and that's why they allowed him out the way they did.
Okay.
I mean, but until I know all the details of what really happened, I can't really say if that's a good or a bad thing until I know all that. Okay, so Iraqi Cuck said Trump is a wannabe autocratic leader, too. Well, I will say this about Donald Trump. He is he's better than anything else that America has right now. I'll tell you that by a fucking long shot. And if you're worried about all this internal riffraff going on in the United States, that should be the least of the concerns right now. Because if he wouldn't have gotten in office, you'd probably be in a high scale war right now because you're having some retard like Joe Biden flying the or taking the reins for the country for 4 years is an absolute disgrace. Let's just be real. And I'm not even politically like that. You know what I mean? I'm like, I could see how he delegated his responsibility to his vice president. I'm talking about things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You there,
Hey,
bro?
speaking of, so yeah,
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 like
I'm
it's
here.
like,
So let me ask you,
well,
how what are your opinions on the 9/11 terrorist attack?
you really want me to tell you?
Yeah, that's why I asked.
CIA had knowledge and they let it go through.
Okay. Now what about
Because there's no way the FAA, there's no way in hell that they could have let that happen without knowing something. No way in hell.
so what about the Twin
Because
Towers
ever since then you have flight marshals on there now. Now you have flight marshals on every.
well, yeah, you're subject to
There
certain
should be a flight
procedures.
marshal in every airplane.
We lost a
What is
lot
it,
of
bro?
civil liberties after that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how the how the cookie crumbles, man.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think they were more involved than just letting them go through. I think they were complicit in it to a certain degree.
Well, I
How
think they said you hijack from this airport and fly it to this location, this spot. I do agree with you. I do think that the CIA had a deeper involvement as well
because there wasn't just
because
the
the
buildings
air
that fell.
patterns, the travel patterns in air to
There
stay at
wasn't.
a certain altitude so you don't have mid-air collisions. That's a multifaceted, a multi-front situation to deal with.
Yeah. See, I remember back in '08 or something, '05, when it was just a conspiracy. Now it's like more and more people are talking about it. Have you seen Tucker Carlson's reports? Like, have you seen his documentary?
Mm. Which documentary?
He has like a 9/11 documentary series where he releases them like
Did you just say
every
Tucker? You say
Tucker
Tucker?
Carlson. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've seen some of his stuff. Uh, like I was watching him and Candace Owens. Uh, I find it funny that Candace Owens hasn't been live in 2 weeks' time, almost after all the
Yeah.
stuff she's been speaking. But some people are
Yeah, I've
saying,
been
"Oh, she
listening
got
to
a
her.
gag order on her."
A gag
But
order on what?
you know that Israel, one of his pro or Israeli donors, Charlie Kirk's Israeli donors, where
Huh?
one of his Israeli donors had gone off on a whim on a situation. Give me one moment. I'm trying to adjust something. Okay, you still there, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, where were we?
I don't know what you're
Tucker
talking about. You're talking about
Carlson. Oh yeah, Candace
Tucker Carlson.
Owens. Oh, Candace Owens talking about Like she exposed those text messages in that group. And you could see clear as day Charlie Kirk saying, "I just lost $2 million a year," um, and that he was tired of dealing with the Israelis, or he's considering leaving the pro-Israeli movement.
Yeah, because they're killing innocent people. I mean, you can't really speak around that, like talk in
What's
circles
up,
around
Funky
that.
Boxer? Yeah, he wanted a clown on that with the dick emojis or dick pic, but no, he failed.
What are you on about?
Well, somebody was backstage and they came up stage and then changed their picture to a dick picture
Uh,
and they left stage
Pigeon?
because I put them off. No, Pigeon surprisingly don't dick pic people.
He does it with his own penis. He doesn't use a pig.
Like, why do that? I mean, you could always do what Rolling with the Punches did, bro.
Yeah,
You
that's
ready
what
for
Pigeon
Big
does.
Daddy?
Pigeon
You
was
remember
doing
what
that
he?
before.
You remember what he said, man?
I've never seen
Rolling
Pigeon
with the
do
Punches.
that though. Thankfully I was
No, no,
never
no.
around for that.
Roland said, "I'm not gonna lie, bro." Roland threatened to pull out his dick on Mad Chad's live stream, and he said, "You
Uh-huh.
ready to see Big Daddy, motherfucker?" Oh
Yeah,
man, because they kept
he's
on
hilarious.
talking about the past time he did it and all that, where Mad Chad caught him backstage, and yeah, they caught him backstage, freaking doing something or another. And Mad Chad's constantly blocking and unblocking people at that time,
Uh-huh.
and like he would forgive somebody after I don't know how long of doing whatever, but
Yeah. So someone just try to catch you off guard real quick.
yeah, man, they were just trying to, but I'm too slick. See, I got
Right.
those slick ninja skills, bro, and you know, some of my friends call me the Ginger Ninja, uh, but in all reality, I'm a slick fighter with some power punching. So I'm more of I'm a mixture of Dimitri Pirog and Salvador Sanchez, but I'm a southpaw. You know
Why
what I
would they
mean?
do that? It's just us in here. We just talking shit.
Yeah, people are clowns.
Yeah.
Probably people that hate me.
You think there's people that hate you out there?
Well, yeah, because I speak the truth, man. Like if I say Usyk is ducking because he avoided conversations with Parker, saying that he was hurt. In all reality, he wasn't hurt
Who? Wait, hold on.
because he
Who's
was
hurt?
dancing at a club.
Usyk
What?
is hurt.
And they said Usyk was hurt, with the back injury thing. They said had to take some more time off because of a back
Uh-huh.
injury. But then they caught him not even a week later dancing at a club.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That
Well,
don't
I
look like
mean,
a back injury to me.
maybe
Okay.
he was too hurt to fight, but not to dance.
Man, he's bull. If you're dancing like that, you don't have no back injury. Shit.
Hmm.
Yeah, Cuck and Clown is a freaking low tier prospect. I wouldn't even consider him a prospect. I consider him a fucking can. Wet tissue paper level of chin. Okay.
What? Why you bringing him up? Why you bring? Oh, someone in the chat's bringing him up.
Yeah, the guy named Iraqi Cuck.
They're trying to instigate. They're just trying to instigate something or push.
Oh well, I mean they love me. They love to hear me talk about it because Ness yesterday said clear as day that
Yeah. So
said
what
because the age
actually?
difference.
Let's go
The
back.
age
Hold on.
difference is too wide.
He said it on air, or did he
No,
send it
he
to
said
you?
it in DMs, bro. I put it in a short. I made a short
Uh,
yesterday. So go to my channel. Whenever you get the time, go to my channel and click on the short that says,
yeah.
you know,
So
yeah,
where
check
did
out my
this?
last.
So why do you why do you are you guys beefing, or are you guys like you and Black and
Yeah,
Brown, or you guys?
and he was on my he was on my live stream, or I was on his live stream,
Uh huh.
and I heard him. At first, I was just listening to his live stream because he had been going back and forth with Never Sobers, and
Okay.
I knew that he's picking on somebody that's not his own size. Okay, because Black and Brown's like 6 foot tall, Never Sobers. Black and Brown's like 6 foot tall and probably a heavyweight. And Never Sobers is somebody who's you know like shorter and don't weigh near as much, right?
Right.
And I said optimally, in a fight with him, how do you really see it going? But I told him, you know what? I don't like bullies, so I'm gonna freaking go up there and I'm gonna do something to Black and Brown.
All
You know
right.
what I mean?
That's commendable.
Like
So you
Sober's
speaking up
like a
for your
little
friend?
brother to me, bro, and Sober's like a brother to me. So I don't want to get too gushy gushy and all that shit. But
Right.
I wasn't gonna allow somebody to treat him like that.
Okay.
So I was like, you know what? Black and Brown likes running his mouth a lot. I heard him, like I had messaged, I had put some things down in in the live chat, and he just
Yeah.
started calling me. He wanted to bring up my personal life and stuff like that. Wanted to go a very very low rope, and I said, you know what, bitch? I challenge you to a fight at Border Wars. Ness came out yesterday
Yeah.
saying that he can't, that they will not allow the fight because of the 15-year age difference, and because USA Boxing is involved, they they're very strict on like the age
Wait,
gaps
hold on, hold
and
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
age
on.
categories.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
what's
So
up?
what's the age difference between Logan Paul and Floyd Mayweather?
Freaking 20 years, maybe almost 20 years.
So what's the
But
age?
that's not. But that's not. That's those are That's like sanctioned professional fighters. Those are fighters putting on exhibitions, and they have big money. They're generating money. USA Boxing is more of like uh USA Boxing is like through kind of like you look at it through the amateur system,
Yeah.
and it helps produce like a USA Boxing Nationals, and that helps feed into
So, all
not.
right. So did Nestor Gibbs? Did he send Black and Brown those same emails or DMs?
No, I sent the DMs that I got
Uh huh.
to. I sent my DMs that I got and let the whole public see them. It's in my shorts.
Right, right. But did Black and Brown get those DMs from Nestor Gibbs as well? Like, does he
Mm.
know the fight is? Does he know the fight has been canceled? Because I thought it was up.
I pinged him. I pinged him in the short yesterday, so he should already know.
So did
You
he?
know, I think I
Did
had
he reply
technique.
pub? Did he?
I think technique told me yesterday not to pull out or anything like that, and I said from the looks of it, I'm the age gap's too big, and I'm too skilled, and he's too dumb in order to fight. So I can't really
So,
change that.
yo, you cold. So, has Black and Brown has Black and Brown made a video
Nah, he went live last night, but he didn't say shit. He was quiet as a mouse in church.
Oh,
So when it come to that, but he was talking about some other things in the sport of boxing. He's not about that fighting life, bro. He may like to put in together content creation, but he's not about that fight life. I'm in the process of try to get a charity on board, because if I can't get a charity on board, I can organize a boxing event.
uh huh.
So at YTBC boxing event, so I'm thinking about putting up like a YTBC card. Maybe Mad Chad versus Furioso or something. You can bring over Furioso from the UK,
Oh
and
shoot, that's gonna take money though, cause
yeah, fuck it, man. Takes money to get the views we like, bro. Screw it.
you think that's likely?
I
Like
don't
you think it's
expect Mad
possible?
Chad to fight. I don't expect Mad Chad to show up, if that's what you're saying. Mad Chad, Mad Chad would turn down a fight with Furioso real quick, bro. Furioso would kick
Yeah.
his ass, man.
Oh, Furioso's he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's not unfit. The
Now
guy's,
they're
yeah.
both similar in age. They're not too far off. If
I think
I don't know.
Furioso is like mid
No,
mid
he's 51.
40s, and
He's 51.
oh, he's 51 now. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
shoot, yeah, time flies, bro. Um, yeah, so he's 51 going up against. Yeah, I could see it. I could see that fight going on. We put that on in a charity fight. We can
Yeah.
freaking have them two duke it out. Me and Black and Brown duke it out, because charity fights, you don't have to worry about with all the shit situations of.
Damn,
I'm trying to
you
create a
really
spectacle here.
yeah, hey,
I'm
you're
trying to
really
create a
serious
spectacle
about
here,
this.
not
Damn, I didn't
make
know you
people jump through loopholes trying to get a
yeah.
fight. You know what I mean? Like,
You
if
really wanna
people in the
you really wanna
YTBC really want to fight, I'm trying to make a platform where they can fight. I'm getting
yeah. It
tired
sounds
of
like
all these people calling each other out, and not doing nothing about it.
I got you. It sounds like you really trying to make this happen.
Shit, I really am trying to make this happen, because I'm a pay-per-view attraction,
There you go.
and I'm not trying to. I'm trying to move on from this pay-per-view model shit. But with Turkey Al Sheik saying, "Oh, no, no, no," Turkey Al Sheik and DAZN saying no pay-per-view, and now we're gonna do another pay-per-view for
Hmm.
this Ring 4 card or whatever the fuck it is. Then now I'm a pay-per-view attraction again.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you wanna, they want to keep on playing with the pay-per-view model. So so will I.
So how do you watch do you, how do you watch Nestor Gibbs's his events?
It's
You have
on
to be a member?
YouTube, bro. Yeah,
Yeah, but
like
you have to be a member,
no, you
right?
don't have to be a member. You have to be a member to message in his live streams. I know that,
I've been trying to watch
but
him, but I don't see him.
and see,
Like, are they on
people
Patreon or
got the
something?
whole entire thing messed up. I paid like $150 to go to, basically as an admission charge, and get me get in the process of getting me booked. Right now,
Right.
with some people say, oh, he's charging $300, $400, $500. Well, last year in Oak Creek, the only thing I was charged was 150, and then it took me another 150 to go and deal with the physicals and shit, and I was cleared.
Uh-huh.
But injuries came up, and freaking
Yeah.
inflammation got really freaking bad, bro.
It flare.
You know,
Okay.
I
You
wasn't
flared up. You got to
like when
flare
I
up.
would move. Yeah, it was like it's like the chest, like where your sternum and your ribs meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people want to sit there and be like, "Oh, you ducked, man. Pull
Or
out the
like you
fight, man." But if
ruptured
I'm not
something.
optimal, bro, I'm not gonna embarrass myself. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I agree.
If I'm
I
not
agree.
optimal, if I'm not moving right, I'm not gonna fight.
Yeah.
Anybody who doesn't know how to gauge that is a
Yeah.
fucking
Fighters get
idiot,
hurt.
and they're willing to
Fighters
take a
get hurt all the
loss.
time. Yeah, I get you.
These guys are willing to take a loss, but guess what? I'm somebody who stays focused on being undefeated. I've been
There you
doing this
go.
shit since I was a freaking baby, bro.
Yeah, they just
And
trolling you. They just trolling you.
they just trolling. Most of these guys are just people hiding behind their mics and keyboard or behind their mics and keyboards and not doing shit. They talk all about boxing, but they never laced up the gloves. They never they never put on the shoes. They never done any of that shit. So
Yeah.
what do I expect? Why do I expect them to even? I wouldn't expect them to show up and fight me because they would talk a lot of shit just to come up with something not to come. For me, with injury, of course I wasn't gonna release documentation over that stuff because that documentation that I had
You don't
to
have. You don't have any
disclose my
type.
injury also
You
had
don't have.
other health conditions on the paper. So I'm not gonna expose that to other people.
No,
Fuck that.
you don't owe anybody an explanation. I mean,
Well, they still think I do because people
yes,
think I ducked last
but
year.
if you care what they think, then I
I
mean,
mean, fuck what they think though. That's my whole
exactly.
entire point.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I agree.
I told them to fuck off last year. Like I showed a couple of people in my Discord channel. Uh, but those are people I trust, in which I talked with people, in which I've talked to them for like 4 years now.
I mean, yeah. You paid. Would you say you paid 150 for the administration fee?
Yeah, the admission, like to put me on the card, 150, another 100 and almost 100, another 150 for the I had for the physical, and probably another $100 on top of that to get the USA Boxing because you
Yeah,
got
I
to
mean,
go on
you
USA
don't put up
Boxing to get USA Boxing
exactly. You don't put
certified.
up that kind. You don't put up that kind of money if you don't intend to fight. I mean, your
Exactly,
intention.
bro.
Yeah, your
I
intention
was
is
pissed
to
off
split it
as
today.
fuck, man. Like I'm sitting here, like I'm at work. I remember the moment I, the moment I really started noticing something was wrong. All right, I got
Did
up
you?
early. I got up in the morning
Uh huh.
and I noticed that my mobility in my chest wasn't right. All right, like I could like I could try to touch my elbows and that shit would pop all the damn time.
Now, did you hyperextend something while you were training?
Oh, well, I do like a lot of things, man. I put my body through a lot of work and it just ended up just, I guess, overexertion. That's the word for it. Overexertion is
Yeah.
what caused my injuries because I would keep on work, but no recovery, hardly any recovery because I'm like the immortal man, Reagan and Ursul. I don't like sitting down in between rounds. I don't do that shit.
Okay.
So,
It was
um,
just an
I hold
unfortunate
myself
event.
to a high
Things happen.
standard. And when something like that happened, I'm like, well, shit, I'm not going to show up half ass in it because if I showed up, I would have to put on a half ass performance. And I'm not a half ass
Yeah,
performer. So that should tell you everything right there.
I
If
got
I
you.
can't give my
I got you.
all, if I can't get my all in that ring, it ain't going to go down. You're either going to see
Yeah.
the best version of me, or you're not going to see me, bro.
These.
Because I always show up to a fight. I never walked into an event in which I didn't think or I didn't know that I was going to win. But
Yeah.
this
It's
situation
like
here,
Virgil Ortiz. Who's the guy he was trying to fight? Like, was it Mean Machine or Kavalaskis, where he was trying to fight him like 2 or 3 times and it just didn't fall through for whatever reason.
he did fight Kavalauskas, bro.
What? Who was he
He
trying
got
to fight?
who was he trying to fight?
Yeah, the one where it got pushed. It kept getting pushed back and it just never happened.
Shit.
I think he
Other
had
than the
Rhabdo.
Boots fight, shit. They
One of
never
them was when
pushed
he had
that.
Rhabdo. One of them. Remember when he had that Rhabdo or
Yeah, that
whatever?
fight that was canceled. Shit. Dang, I can't. Was he scheduled? Facts. We gonna we're gonna knock out these. Well, Virgil should be careful with that rhabdo stuff, man, because one thing I
Go
done
ahead,
my
Stanny.
research
Go.
on. One thing I done my research on is if I'm Virgil and I really have rhabdo, I'm
Yeah.
staying the hell off of that snack shit because I could inflammate that.
Whoa, hold on now. So he didn't properly cut weight. You need to bring some professionals in to help you out with that, because I
Well, I
think what
know that,
happened.
man.
I think what happened was he just he didn't get enough proteins and vitamins. Like, I think he was just cutting weight the wrong way. He was
I mean,
probably just
I mean,
starving himself.
rhabdo is when your body doesn't convert protein the way that it should. And then it just starts. It's like,
So
and
like
then it gets horrible, bro.
so your body, if you don't do it right, when you cut weight, like when you fast, when you don't eat for a couple of days, you're not supposed to do shit. You don't do no exercises or anything, because
If you're gonna train, bro, if you're gonna
your
train on
body.
a
Well, hold on.
diet
Let me finish.
fasting,
Let me finish. Let
you
me
need to
finish.
do OMAD and 1 meal a day. If you're gonna
Well,
do
hold on.
that
Let me
shit,
finish. Let
don't
me
go
finish though.
2-3 days without eating
Yeah, because your
and
body
train.
is gonna start eating away at the muscles and not the fat.
Yeah,
You
and the
wanna you wanna
muscle
burn
will
the
be
you wanna
wasted.
burn the fat. Yeah, exactly. And it's not gonna burn the fat. It's gonna burn muscle instead. I think that's what he was doing. He was just fasting. He wasn't eating, or not eating enough.
He was being a freaking moron, is what he was. Being freaking, not to do that. He had the condition. He knew that he's dealt with the condition before, so it's not like a one-off thing, right?
Yeah.
And it just came out like that, man. And I think, man, I think Virgil, all that shit talk, he needs to worry about his own fight game rather than going back and forth with
I
Virgil
don't. I
or
He's a
going back
pretty
and forth with
humble
Xander.
guy. I don't
You know
really
what I mean?
see him. I don't see Virgil talking shit at all.
Well, he was talking shit with Xander Zayas, bro.
Oh, okay.
He
I
said
didn't
he
know that.
told Xander 2 years ago to come and see him when he wins a world title, and he won the world title, and then Xander told him the same thing when he tried to demand a fight with Xander.
Uh-huh.
He said, "Now you bring a belt to the table, clown ass." See, Virgil would be very easy for me to follow if he would be more focused on fighting his game than freaking arguing people like because it's gonna blow up in his face real bad because Xander's gonna be potentially gonna be a unified champion before Virgil even becomes a champion at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, there's nothing really to that, man. And I like Virgil as a fighter, but I think his style is too hyper aggressive to really give Boots that much of an issue.
I think
I honestly think that
hold
Virgil
on
gets
now.
caught with how he commits himself.
That's a pretty good assessment. I actually think he's he does he knows what his body can handle, and he comes in reckless. As you would put it as him being reckless. That's how it sounds like you're what you're trying to say.
I don't look at it as him being reckless. Any fighter that's going forward,
Uh-huh.
like Virgil can't go out there just being hyper aggressive, moving forward, and just going forward into Boots because that's when Boots steps aside, finds a new angle, pop, pop. You know
Well,
what I
we don't
mean?
know, but we don't know if
Yes,
he's gonna
good.
do that though. You don't know if he's gonna do that. He's done it with lesser opponents. I think he knew that he could get away with that stuff with certain opponents.
I mean, but
And
Virgil doesn't necessarily have the fastest feet. You know, like I don't. I honestly think Xander has better footwork than Virgil Ortiz does. To be honest, um, Virgil Ortiz, if he wants to be able to beat Boots in this, he's gonna have to box on the outside, box on the inside, and catch him into a trap, and then unleash hell on him. Not all this hyper aggressive shit we've seen him doing in the past, because that stuff will get you hurt against someone like Boots. I've
I
seen it.
honestly, I
I've
don't
seen it
think.
happen.
Honestly, I don't think Boots. I don't think he has what it takes
Yeah, I
to
think Boots.
defeat Virgil. He doesn't have the. I don't think he could deal with the pace. Um, the power.
I mean, Virgil needs to low blow the living hell out of Boots, bro.
No, I definitely
Crack him in the
disagree.
balls, headbutt him,
He doesn't
bro.
have to. He doesn't
Fuck it.
have to resort to dirty tactics. I think he got.
Well, sometimes, bro. Sometimes you can't keep a Rasa down, bro. Hit him to the dick and headbutt him, bro. Fuck it. We
Yeah,
saw the same. We saw Salido do it against Loma. Why can't we see Virgil do it against Boots?
Yeah.
Low blows
Roy,
and headbutts plays dividends, bro. Remember that.
yeah, Roy Jones did it to Cove.
You see that Kevin Holland over the weekend getting kneed and kicked in the balls multiple times and said, I think, who was it? Was it Dan Mergliotta or which of the referees that said that if he couldn't continue after 5 minutes that he would be disqualified? Kevin Holland, who had just got kneed and kicked in the balls
I
multiple
didn't see
times.
that. No, I didn't see that.
That was bullshit, bro. Bullshit, man. Like if somebody can't come back after 5, man,
After 5 minutes,
that's like me spam kicking somebody in the balls, them getting 5 minutes, and because they can't continue, I'm declared the champion. Yet in the rule book it says no fucking low blows and hit shots to the back of the fucking head. You explain to me. That's why I don't trust the UFC, bro. Because people are getting kicking other fighters in the balls and getting awarded victories for it, bro. What the fuck is this?
yeah. Yeah, that is true.
You know, I would resort to horrendous tactics. You know, I do some Lithway shit, headbutts and freaking.
Hey, where do
fish
you
hooks and all kinds of
what do
shit.
you do nowadays? Do you still work? You still work for that? You still do that one thing for a living? You live on your
Oh,
own, right?
yeah, yeah. I'm a PMC, bro.
So how much? What's the cost of living at over there where you're at? Like I think you said Tennessee. Are you out in the
Uh,
sticks, like the country?
uh, I'm I'm not too far. I'm not too far from Nashville. I mean, right now I'm a little bit further out than what I was last year, but I do have plans on eventually moving back closer to that area. I'm a little further out. I guess you could say I'm out in the sticks a little bit right now, but we'd have to wait and see. It's just being so close to all the traffic and all that shit. Sometimes, man. Sometimes you want to see. Uh, sometimes you want a place more quiet. You know what I mean? But I do miss going up there to Nashville. Um, going to uh, like Tequeria Valiente or something like that. Like I
Yeah.
used to go up to like taquerias and uh, I used to go and
What do you
I
think?
mean that's where I went
How is it?
boxing. Caleb
How's the
Plant,
food?
Caleb
How
Plant's
hold
gym
on.
up there.
How are the
What's up?
taquerias out there in Texas? I mean Tennessee, where you at?
Nashville,
Yeah.
like, or they're pretty good out here, man. To be honest with you, I don't know, like about 9 years or so ago, uh, maybe 8 years ago, maybe. Uh, I went to like San Antonio, Texas, San Antonio de Beja, and yeah, they had some good food down there too. The Tex-Mex.
Right on.
I kind of like
Oh,
I
hold
kind of
on.
like
You said
Tex-Mex.
Tex-Mex? You like Tex-Mex
Yeah.
better than authentic?
No, no,
I
no.
like
I
them
like
both.
the I like Tex-Mex. I like Tex-Mex. The migas, bro. That's what I like. Migas. That's what I
Okay.
like. But I like the food, but like now I just with spiritual reasons and stuff like that, not eating
Yeah.
beef and stuff. It's not like everything's so beef heavy over there, like for that kind of cuisine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I gotta rock with like some type of like a spicy pork torta or something like that. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, I got you.
Maybe like under a very rare occasion, um, do I eat pork? Um,
Hey, well, hey, H Money is in Nashville, isn't he? Or one of those Tennessee places, I think.
Say again, who's in
H
Nashville?
H Money. He's in Nashville, right? Or am I mistaken?
I don't know if H Money's in Nashville. I know there's a few guys like Southern T Boxing, and I know there's a few cats that come on here that are from Memphis.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I
I
follow
know that,
Southern T. He's an MMA guy. Well, he's everything, all kind of sports. But
yeah, he usually covers a bit, man, and he always talks about the point spreads and winning the bag, you know, going on the apps and stuff. So
do you watch the Contender series, the UFC?
man, I stopped watching the Contender series when they screwed over one fighter about a year or two ago. So it's like can't really put too much in it.
Who did they screw over?
He was this cat from Cyprus. Like he won one fight on the Contender series, and then they put him on a card with some. They put him in a fight that shit notice, and it just went wrong, man. Just went completely wrong. They screwed him over by putting him in with somebody that was completely different stylistic matchup that he was training for.
Right.
But that's that's the game they face sometimes. So
Yeah. Hey, hold on one second. Let me call. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Lord Pigeon, get on live, bro. Get on live, bro. Yeah, I can't wait until Moses Atama finds his next opponent. It's gonna be a good situation. It's an easy fight, man. It's an easy fight. Anybody that they put well, what's up, E? We got two E's in here. Yeah, I'm gonna see what happens here. Yeah, these clowns in the YTBC. A lot of them aren't even on my level, bro. They don't work as hard. They don't train as hard. So, I'm still trying to find out. I'm putting together this charity event. We can get some fights, a fight card going. YTBC fight card. I'm getting tired of all these clowns saying they want to fight each other, but not fight each other. And at the end of the day, it's time for people to stop being clowns and be real about the words they say. And this is just too much, man. Too much. I want to see Pigeon versus Folk for crying out loud. I mean that right there is a good fight right there. We need to dig Folk up from wherever he's at, and we need to get this Pigeon fight going. Um, I'm thinking about organizing this event in Birmingham, England. An easy place to make this happen at. nah, nah, that would create too much of a riffraff for a lot of the people over here. But maybe, just maybe, we can find a way to bring the P to the USA, bro, for a good fight card.
Yeah.
What's up, E?
What up? Can you hear me? Hold on, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
adjust my headset again.
Yeah, man.
I, it's fucking slow, man. The economy. I think we're in for some shit, dude. I think the economy's taking a hit right now. It's just gonna get
You know, the
worse.
economy's always going to take a hit. You know, it's all full of shit right now, and
They cut because
there's
they
not
cut
really
my
much to
hours.
really say. You know, like the economy was shit when was messed up by the last administration, and ended up building a $38 trillion debt.
Yeah, it's actually more than
And
that. Yeah, it
yeah,
just
and
keeps climbing.
Trump's sitting there trying to cover the damages and stuff, but
Well, I think it's this, all the spending that they're doing.
I mean they're not doing any good. No president does any good unless if they have a surplus while they're in office. If they have a
Yeah, they need
surplus
to.
while they're in office,
I
they're
agree.
doing
They
good.
need to shrink. They need to shrink government. Uh, like too much corporate welfare, too much foreign aid. I mean, I don't like talking about stupid as politics, but this is what we got to do now
Exactly,
because it's
man. It
affecting
like
me.
dampers the mood. People talk about it all day anyways. And
Right.
it's pointless to keep on talking about it
Right.
because
No,
unless if
but
you're in a position of power.
it's starting to hit home now though. It's like
Yeah, milk used to be like milk in Tennessee used to be like 362, 370, something at the max. Now it's gone up over $4 where I'm at.
yeah, that's
Over
wild.
where you're at, it might be different.
It's more.
Yeah,
Eggs
it's
are
more. It
expensive,
was probably more than three
yeah,
something from the
and
beginning.
we're talking about domestic products here. We're not even
Yeah,
talking
we're
about
talking about milk. I'm talking about milk from like when I go to Walmart, right? The milk used to be like 362 or 370 something. It used to be even cheaper than that. Before the freaking grocery prices went up about 4 or 5 years ago.
yeah.
But
It's gotta
it's
be. It's
just
probably. I'd hate to see the prices in Alaska right now.
well, yeah, because all the long distance travel those products have to make, and that's not cheap at all because people are sitting here paying 30 something dollars for a small pack of toilet paper down there. So, like, imagine getting a huge thing of Charmin, right? A huge package of Charmin, and
Yeah.
probably be got nearly $100 up there.
My hours are cut. I think I'm gonna get like 32 hours this week if I'm lucky, man. I gotta find something else.
Yeah, man, I saw you release the dang your bet slit on a short.
Oh right, yeah. I made a wrong bet, man. I think I had what was that team
Hey,
again?
you got the majority of them right though, man.
I
That
just
that was
missed one.
pretty
I
good.
just missed one, but it was way off. All it takes is one to screw. I would have turned $5 into 2,000.
Yeah, I once saw this one cat, man. I'm not bullshitting, man. He turned like $20 into like 20 grand, and he had bet on like 20 different soccer games or something on his parlay.
That's amazing.
And he went to town on that soccer parlay, bro. Like European
Yeah.
leagues. I mean, we
Last year I turned $5 into 2,500, and
mhm,
then I turned on one occasion I turned $5 into 1,500,
mhm.
and then I did a couple of them like that, a couple more.
The biggest bet, like before I stopped betting because of like I made a promise to myself about religious wise and stuff.
There you go.
I said
What
that
exactly? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a Hindu, bro. But it says not to gamble because it can bring destruction to the things that keep you stable in life.
Now,
Right?
Hindus, do they have like temples? Oh, actually, I know they have temples, but
Yeah,
do they
temples
have
are they
temples where
call them
you're at?
mandirs. It's called man. It's you can either call it a temple or a mandir.
Okay,
Mandir. Yeah, mandir.
man, dear. What brought you to that religion? Like, what exactly? How did you get interested in that particular
Mm,
one?
it was like investigation of truth and stuff. It was just mainly I dealt with a crap ton of trauma, and I saw a lot of hypocrisy within the church, and I
Okay,
couldn't really relate to anybody
you're coming from
because
you're coming from like
I'm
a
coming from
Catholic
a
background.
Valdensian Christian, which is like it's very very specific. Um, it was kind of they go back to the times close to Christ, but the actual construct of the cause was made when the Protestant Reformation happened. Um, and it's like such a small section in which it's like around here you can't even find a church, and it just went from there. Not able to find a church, to going to churches.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, going to churches, not having the right message, right? And these guys were just I had some arguments and debates with some preachers and stuff like that, and evangelists, and I told them some inconsistencies that I saw in the Bible, and I told them how the Council of Kent um, manipulated the Bible over the. It was between the Council of Kent, which put together the King James version, and the message is unclear in the Bible because they excluded some books out. See, what determined the books in the Bible uh, is like comes from a combination of councils like Genoa, Council of Genoa, Council of Rome, Council of I think there was another council in Palermo somewhere, which is down there in Sicily,
uh-huh.
and they had Catholics choosing books for the rest of Christianity. You hear me? And
Yeah, I hear you.
Catholics aren't even Christian in origin. Okay, the
Right.
Catholics. Okay, the term, especially running from the term Roman Catholic, is the Romans' manipulation of the Catholic religion or the Christian religion. That's all that is. So the Valdensian Christians, from the get go, were against all of it, and even back in the 1600s, 15 and 1600s, was the Pope ordering the Valdensians to be completely eradicated because they thought they were Arian Christians. And Arian Christians are basically uh, Arian Christians were stomped out in the Council of Nicaea in the 400s. And of course, we all know about you've heard the name Nicholas, Saint Nick. Santa Claus, right?
Hmm.
You heard about Santa Claus,
Yeah.
right? Fanatic Sports.
Yeah. Santa
Um,
Claus. Yeah.
yeah. So, uh, that comes from Nicholas. He was the one of the headmen at the Council of Nicaea who stomped out Arian Christianity. He actually hit one of the people that were um, hit one of the people that was representing Arian Christianity in the middle of this council. So he got this big old name, savior of Christianity, kind of thing. Well, Arian Christians didn't believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, basically.
Okay.
They believe he was more of a divine messenger than a son of God.
Okay. What about you?
Well, I believe that there is a Godhead. I believe that there was a Godhead, consisting of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. But I just didn't acknowledge it as in the term of the Trinity, like other people use it.
Right. But do you think
So it's
Jesus?
like it's like acknowledging that there's three parts to the Godhead without calling it a Trinity, because the Trinity, everything in Valdensian Christianity is very symbolic related. So if if the word Trinity was not in the Bible, it is not to be called that. Clear as day. Okay, that's the way I was raised, not to call it the Trinity, and it's just the Godhead, which consists of three different parts.
Okay. But
So when
do
it
do
so
hold on. Do you believe Jesus was the Son of God?
yes,
And,
yes, I believe I believe that. But now being a Hindu, it's like there's there's a lot more weird things to explain from Hinduism that would make your brain absolutely fry.
right.
I believe like in Hinduism, there could be a touch of God in you and I. It's just how you implement it and how functional you are. It
Okay.
really depends. Like in the teachings within the Saiva Siddhanta, which is
Now,
basically devotees of Lord Shiva. They,
is it true?
they
Is it
teach
true
us.
that hold on? Is it true that some of those ancient Hindu temples that they have been around longer than uh BC before Christ?
Long before Christ. Hinduism is probably uh, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, I would say, are the oldest religions in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've actually because there's temples all around the world. It's not just um it's not just
Yeah,
in
and
India.
it's really more like it's more of like what the religion itself is like. There's not very much stock in religion itself. It's all about the atta- uh, the the attachment to the powers that be. The spiritual powers that be. For me, it's like
How do you
I had my
learn?
reasons. Through how
How
did
do
I
you learn
learn?
about the no, how do you worship and how do you learn like about Hinduism? You personally, like
I mean,
you
if
from
you really have
you
questions about it, you could go up to a mandir and ask some questions. They'll probably give you like a pamphlet of some sort to explaining you the
right.
protocol and all that
So
stuff. But
that's where you go to your local mandir.
no, not only that, I do a lot of reading studying at home, and also ritual as well. Because some people do see me as a someone in high regard when it comes to Hinduism, because they see my fire like hair and my tenacity, I guess you could say. Um, some people really, really do respect me and like me compared to um, compared to how I was treated growing up, if you know what I mean. You know, because there's like so many different sections within Hinduism where people have their own interpretation of who rules this, that, and the other. You know, because you have your people who you have your devotees of Lord Shiva, you have your devotees of Vishnu, uh, and the Hare Krishnas. They're basically branched off of the the Vishnu devotees, because Krishna is a avatar of Vishnu. So that's where the whole Hare Krishna movement comes from. But I am a devotee of Shiva, and I was, and I have this name Virabhadra for a reason, because Virabhadra made Vishnu duck under multiple occasions, and so many people want to get in a fights with the people in Shiva. Basically, you have Vishnu devotees trying to fight with Shiva devotees. Yeah, so it's kind of like it's not like they're going around chopping each other's heads off. At least not over here. But over there in India, it's definitely more prone to happen, like conflicts, people getting beaten up to the point where they're rushed to the CCU or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I remember you talking about your trauma in the past. Like, yeah, I'm not asking you what happened or anything, because you. But yeah, I remember it affecting you. So how do you feel that the new religion, how do you think it's helped you dealing with your stress? Would you consider yourself
I feel like
would you consider yourself depressed, or do you
mm,
consider like having depression?
I mean, I do have my days. Like every day is something, to be honest with you. But uh, how I cope with it: meditation, listening to music, reading scriptures. Making content. You
There you go.
know, uh, training. Putting in the work. That's
Exercise,
how I
yeah.
deal with it. You're saying, I mean, not everybody has their own sort of depression to go around.
Yeah. Right. Like
So,
anything, there are levels to it, you know.
yeah, it's like I ended up with a high level of PTSD, for example. So,
Right.
um, and I'm not talking about some low. I'm not talking about somebody whooping on me or nothing like that. I was in a situation which I shouldn't have came back, and I can't. And I'm not gonna get into that here because
I got you.
you know, don't need somebody to draw that up against me. So,
Yeah.
um, but what I can tell you is I was in a very dangerous job, and I think you can put your head together of what that means, especially involving the three letters PMC, and yeah.
Construction, right?
Um,
PMC.
think of it this way: contracting overseas with with a few things, man.
Oh, you were a
With a
military
skill set,
contractor?
PM private.
Private, yeah, that's like Blackwater.
Very similar, but yes,
Okay. So were you in oh, excuse me, I burped.
they.
Were
I'm
you
like
in
a condottieri, basically.
no, were you in that were you in the
I
war?
don't want to get into all that, man.
No, like after 9/11. So
Which
you
one?
enlisted after 9/11? The Iraqi or the Afghan? I had
Well,
a friend.
I'm only 30, man. I'm only 30, so when I got in, it was mainly Daesh. You know what I mean? Daesh, ISIL. You know, that's when
I don't even know what you just said. You said Daesh ISIL.
ISIS, basically.
Uh, oh,
That's what I'm
ISIS.
talking to you about.
Okay, okay. Um,
But other than that, you
I
know,
had a coworker. Yeah, I had a coworker that was he was in the Iraq war. It
hmm
didn't even affect him. Like he was one of those
see
guys
down
that
there
took that
dealing with
stuff.
ISIS and everything, man. They were horrible, man. People were freaking getting their bodies dismembered and their parts would be put in the piles and shit. You know, it was horrible. And,
Now ISIS was we talking. I don't know much, right? So ISIS is formerly Al Qaeda.
mm, ISIS came out in the early 2000s. Um, all Al Qaeda means is the list in Arabic, and it was the American CIA that came up with that name. So it's really hard to put too much stock into, oh, it's ISIS Al Qaeda, because Al Qaeda isn't the actual name of a said group. That is a list of people that people say that is in a group,
Yeah.
but they can't even get the freaking name right. So
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Because you mentioned PMC. I didn't know what PMC was. You mentioned PMC like soon as like way early, like when I first hopped on, you mentioned PMC. I didn't know what that was. I thought it was like a construction company because you told me you were doing construction uh before. Like you had some type of construction thing that you were doing.
yeah, I was doing a little bit of I was doing some work in that, doing all kinds of things, juggling all kinds of things. So you know,
Yeah.
it is what it is, man.
Yeah. So like my coworker, he uh he was a tank. He was a tank driver, and he said he was running over like dead bodies. He was like running over dead bodies, and that stuff was like normal to him on a daily basis. And it really didn't affect him. He was still an asshole when he got back to the States. He was actually doing MMA. There's actually
Mhm.
clips of him. There's actually a video of him. He was getting knocked out, and he was heavy on
Well,
steroids too.
well, tank drivers, man, it's not entirely all that bad, because you're not out there open air and stuff. Uh, Shit I was doing, was more of direct engagement or
Yeah, but
behind enemy lines kind of shit.
don't you have to
So,
join the military before you go into the private stuff?
I mean, it's not necessarily a requirement, but you still have to go through extensive training. And they have to check your progress to see if you're fit before they put you out there in that position. So it's like, oh, don't get so excited because you're Don't be so surprised or don't be so excited. Oh, I can be in the PMC without being a soldier. But they're going to make sure that you prove yourself before that. So that's kind of how it works. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a way. What I'm trying to say is there's a way in, but yeah, there's a way in, but there's not a. It's not an easy road at all.
Right. So you were never in any military branch, like Coast Guard.
That's classified. That's
Oh,
classified right there.
that's classified. Fucking tell.
Oh, I have to say that, Marlo, because I'm not gonna freaking.
Right. I watch. There's a guy I follow. He does Navy SEALs. He does what do you call it? He does phony Navy SEAls. Like there's a lot of people they like to they like to say that they were Navy SEAls. And I forget what you call those type of videos. What do you call it when someone impersonates a military person and then like you just you could go to jail for that. What the fuck do you call that shit? Stolen
What were you
valor.
saying, buddy?
Stolen valor. It,
What do you mean
th-
stolen? Oh, stolen valor. Yeah, those guys are
yeah,
freaking
those.
clowns.
So there's a guy. His name is Don Shipley, I think. He was a former Navy SEAL. So there's a lot of people going around saying that they were Navy SEAls. I mean, it's one of the most prestigious positions.
Well, you gotta take in consideration everybody likes going around saying they're a Navy SEAL or
Yeah,
freaking Army Rangers or whatever the hell it is now over here. But it's like you know,
yeah. Well, he exposes those people because he has insider information. He could find out if you were really in it or whether you're telling the truth or not. And some people tell some crazy stories, some crazy war
yeah.
stories and stuff.
Well, for me, I never did any. I never did any service in the U.S. specifically, but elsewhere, which is also classified. I did elsewhere. So, eh, and as part as being a PMC and involved with the PMC, it doesn't match anything that will be in their database. So,
Right.
because Navy SEALs can look up Navy SEALs, Rangers look up other Rangers. I've heard about this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm not going around claiming to be an Army Ranger or Navy SEAL either, am I?
Yeah, I gotcha.
I did much more dangerous shit than that, to be exact. So, I'm really sorry. Those guys have it easy.
Right. Write something down real quick.
Really, it's Delta who you need to be worried about.
What's that? What is Delta?
Man, Delta, a lot of people are a lot of people who go out on Delta missions are, uh, they do it under full anonymity. Yeah.
Okay.
What kind of work you do?
I'm in the port right now.
You in a port,
I'm in the
like a
port.
shipping?
Yeah, I'm at the shipping port.
Yeah, kind of like Rotterdam, bro. Bring it back
Huh?
home, bro.
I move shipping containers. I'm about to return this. This fucking guy's in my way. I'm bringing a shipping container back to the terminal, and it's going back wherever the hell it came from.
Well, do you use like a lift or a crane?
I'm in a semi truck.
Oh, okay. So you just pull it around for them to
Yeah, they
live
pick it up
for
on
the
the
crane
crane.
to come and get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. That must be a fun little job right there.
It can be.
I'm sure it has its loads of shit like every other industry.
Yeah. It's
Like
fucking slow right now.
imagine somebody imagine putting an order or picking up with something that hasn't been fully cleared, and then next thing you know
Yeah.
there's some yayo in it or something.
Yeah, they have stuff that goes to. It's called. Some of these go through custom tolls. Like I think it's
Yeah.
random. I think it's random, but you never know. Maybe sometimes they have insider information on these things.
Anonymous tips.
Yeah. I've been pulled over by what do you call those? Those customs officers.
Hmm.
I was hauling scrap metal.
Yeah, my friend tried to convince me to say that I'm from Argentina so I can get a free trip down to Argentina. Just start speaking Spanish only.
Yeah,
You know, so
You look like one of those white Argentinians.
I mean, I could probably pass for one of those German people living down there in Argentina, though,
Oh
because they
right,
got a
they
lot of
the
German.
Nazis. Yeah, the Nazis ran over there. They ran everywhere, right?
Well, not only that, a lot of some people moved over there because they didn't want to be over there when the Russians and the Americans got in there because of what happened in Dresden and stuff. Because when the I know a lot of people ended up leaving because the Russians wanted to get back for what happened when the Nazis were pushing into Europe or pushing into Russia,
Yeah.
and a lot of people ended up yeah butchered and stuff like that. And you know what they did when the Russians sent in people to the eastern part of Germany, uh, they were they were raping nuns and putting grenades inside pregnant women's wombs and stuff. So
Oh,
they
that's
were doing some
crazy.
horrible things, and that right there is part of the reason why not only the Nazis went to Germany, but some of the German populace went over there to Argentina and South America
Yeah.
because they knew what the Russians would do to them. Like they just knew because they sent in a Cossack unit to do all the dirty work for them. The the Russians did. They sent in people from Kazakhstan, the same origin as Triple G. Like people from Kazakhstan freaking went over there and just doing some wild shit, bro. And they don't bring that up in war crimes tribunals or anything like that.
Yeah.
They wanted to bring up all the war crimes the, the all these war crimes the Nazis did, but when you bomb somebody like when the USA bombed Dresden,
Uh-huh.
when the USA bombed Dresden, nobody wants to bring that up, and they also don't want to bring up the the Russians doing that in Eastern Germany, and they also don't want to bring up how Joseph Stalin killed more Jews than Hitler.
Did he? I didn't know that. Russian Jews, right?
Yep. I believe they said Hitler killed somewhere between 6 to 7 million, and Stalin killed over 10.
Now,
Yep.
Did Stalin kill Russians as well, or were they all just like of Jewish?
He was throwing them into gulags and making them work to death and stuff like that.
Was this before Germany or?
It was the same during the same time. Matter of fact, they were still doing it when they switched over to the from the Axis powers to the yeah, because at first they were part of the Axis powers, and then they switched over to the Allies.
Wow. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. You don't
Yep,
really hear it. I didn't know anything about it. You don't really hear it. You
exactly,
don't
bro.
even hear anything
Like I'm a
about it.
master in this history stuff, man. So it's like man, like
Right, but why?
this is
How?
suspect.
But why didn't they?
But why did they?
Because all the Jewish
All the
community,
Jewish
they run them.
community, they run them.
They
They
rewrote
wrote
the history
they rewrote
books,
the
and
history books, and
they run the media.
they run the
How
media.
come they didn't?
How come they didn't?
How come we don't hear
How
much
come we don't hear
more
much
about this?
more about this?
That's because they're trying to keep stuff in the past. That's why they want to sweep it under a rug and be like, "Oh,
Now you were born in America.
You were born in America.
no,
Where are you born at?
yeah,
Yeah, where were you born at?
Where were you born in?
Can
mm,
you,
well,
well,
it's a
you don't
complex
you don't
situation."
have
Okay,
well
where I was born was complex.
what I meant to ask
What I
is,
meant to ask
are
is,
there Jewish
are there
people from where you were born? Like,
Where I was born, no. Where I moved to several different parts, yes. I've seen Jews, but like where I was born, no. But Christianity is kind of a thing, as well as shamanic religion as well.
yeah,
Because I grew up like partially Valdensian Christian, and I guess you could say, what would you call it, animism, or some type of the ancient forces, spirit, nature's out in spirit, or spirits of nature kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Things that you wouldn't really understand.
Nah, you,
So it's
you're
more
right,
of like
brother.
indigenous faith. The sun, the rocks the trees have a soul that has a soul. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And so I kind of grew in between those two, um, those two.
yeah. So
so
so you immigrated
you
to this
immigrated to this
country
country.
from Norway.
How
How do you how do you guys
you
because
guys
I don't know about
I don't know
immigration.
about
How do you
Well,
guys
it's so it was actually Finland, Svetijärvi, Finland, which is in the northern part of Finland. It's known as Lapland. It's like Sami peoples. You can look up the people Sami. And there's like multiple tribes across northern Scandinavia. I was more uh, so it spreads across Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And more. I was in like the I was in like Finnish Lapland, basically. I was in the Finnish part of all that. But I'm not an ethnic Finn because Samis and Finns are ethnically different. Like, yeah, the Samis have lighter skin, but their origin, their genomes are different uh, than the Russians or like. There's no other people in Europe that we have a relation to. Does that make sense?
yeah.
So we're
yeah.
we're actually Like they're actually considered an indigenous people of the world because of how long they've been in the area and
5890.
goes in BCs very long, like very, very long ago. I mean, it predates the
Like
Olmecs in Central America and all that. It predates all that stuff, bro. I mean, we're talking about something that goes back probably 5,000 years before Christ. Ugh.
yeah, that's crazy. You said something. You said lighter skin. God damn.
Yeah, yeah, they consider us they consider us white Asians of the steppe, basically.
White Asians of
Of the steppe.
yeah. Because they have like Native Americans, not Native Americans, but like similar to like Native Americans out there, right?
The only way to really give you a positive rendition of it is look up look up hmm, I would say look up the Scythian tribes, Scythia and Sarmatia, and also like like horseback archers, basically from across Asia, basically.
Yeah,
There were like the more Asian, like the spread of the Mongols, basically made other people move, like the Huns. I would say the Huns also did as well, but all that's like after death, the Huns.
yeah,
But I guess a better example would probably be like the Saka tribes, Saka tribes, or it would probably give you a better idea
yeah. Hey,
because
one,
they
one, one
have.
second. I gotta make another phone call real quick.
All right, sure. All right, so we've been cooking for a moment here. We putting on a show. We
Yeah. We back.
facts. You already make that call.
Yeah. Just a quick call.
Good, good. Well, being a descendant of one of those steppe archers, horseback steppe archers, bro. Those are it's good though.
Yeah. So you said something about the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty or just the Hans? I think they're different, right?
No, no, I was saying like the Mongols and even before the Mongols, like Attila the Hun.
Yeah. Okay.
Like which is like 400s, I think. Yeah, yeah, it was the 400s because after the Romans held off the Huns with the help of the Goths, um, the Rome was basically not very defensible because all the damages that were done in the battle against the Huns.
Yeah.
So there was a Germanic tribe known as the Vandals who ended up sweeping down and taking over North Africa. and they ended up taking Carthage, which was like the breadbasket for the Roman Empire at the time. So they were able to Gaiseric, the leader of the Vandals, um, basically was basically making them suffer through food, making them pay triple payments for food, or um, while also conspiring with trying to conspire from afar with the Huns. And once the Romans were left indefensible, all the Vandals did was just sell up from Carthage all the way up to Rome and sack the city. And the Western Roman Empire fell apart. The end.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So do you remember anything? Like do you how old were you when you were in Finland?
mm, I moved from over there when I was like 4 or 5.
They like their diet consists of like seafood, right? Mostly seafood.
I mean, my people were more vegetarians, living off of like a vegetarian, like some people. It really depends on like who your family was, this, that, and the other, right? Some people would eat reindeer. Other people would eat mainly, you know, like just basically vegetarian like foods.
Okay. Reindeer.
Yeah, but I don't. I never thought I could eat it, and I never did, to
What's
be honest.
what's the difference between a reindeer and just a deer?
Well, the size, the horns, mainly.
The
You could
reindeers are
you can
larger?
see the difference there, right?
The reindeers are larger or what?
Yeah, the vast majority of them are just larger than most deer species that we would see over here, like riding through the country. Let's see. Ooh, there's my boy Canes. Vamos gatos, Canes. Man, Canes, we need to stop losing this lose football games every week, man. Us Miami Dolphins fans, bro, we're losing our minds right now. We want a new coach too. he's a
Vamos
Cane. He's a
gatos.
he's a Canes.
Canes.
Mhm.
Vamos gatos. That's uh the infamous Canes.
Yeah, it is the infamous Canes. You know who Canes is? Captain Canes.
Captain Canes?
No, Captain Canes. Captain, like he's Captain.
Oh, Captain. Oh, Captain Canes.
Yeah, Captain Canes. That's the nickname. Even though he don't cap, he hardly speaks at all. You know,
He be busting a cap. He be busting them caps.
I mean, unless somebody gives me a reason to, like I'll cap. But I'm not capping like just to be telling stories and shit. All right, let's see what Kane said. Dolphins 1-6 on the season. You should hear the Twitter Spaces. Well, I already do know the Twitter Spaces, Kane. They're saying how coach should be done already, but some people are like, "Oh, he just signed a 5-year contract. We need to give him some time."
The Dolphins look better than they actually are.
No, they're trash this year. Their best wide receiver
Tariq
ended
Hill.
up going down earlier this year, season ending, possible career ending, depending on how
I
how it
don't think it's
responds.
I don't think it's career ending, man. He seemed like he was in good spirits in the hospital. Like his
You know who I'm
doctor must
talking
have gave
about?
him. Yeah, Tariq Hill.
Hmm. I mean, you can be in good spirits all you want to with knee injuries, but until you perform after you recover, you will never know if you're gonna lose something, because most football players after those kind of injuries, they either lose a couple paces or they're done.
Was it an ACL? Um, MCL?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was like that, and I, I think it has something with both the meniscus and one of the crucial ligaments.
So like I don't know, maybe like 10, 20, 10, 15 years ago that would be career ending, but now I think with how they've evolved in medicine,
I
I
mean,
think it's
it really involves how much your LCL is impacted by something like that. So if there is a lot of stress on the LCL and there's like micro tears and shit like that, I don't see him coming back. Okay, but
yeah.
if not too much pressure was put on the lateral crucial ligament, uh, yeah, he can come back with probably year or two. But
He's just too
with the
damn
right
fast.
rehabilitation. Well, he's fast because of the stability in his legs, and with having a knee injury in the past, man, if that stuff's not healed up right,
It's all those cuts, all those cutting from changing direction and stopping, running fast and then coming to a quick halt and changing direction. All that shit, man, just took a toll on his knee.
yeah, it's really, really interesting how things will be going moving forward for Tyreek Hill.
That's a big loss, though. Yeah, he'll lose a step or two, but he's just that talented. I think he'll make a. I mean, Tariq Hill at 90% is still better than a lot of people.
Well, you never know. He may pick up a little something from this, depending on how his recovery goes. But, it's all
Uh,
about how he recovers and, what he's able to do afterwards. So we truly will not know until he is recovered and in training, how he truly will do, or if he even returns to training.
yeah. So I don't know. Their their schedule, if their schedule played a big part of them being 1-6, but I think it's them, Tennessee, and Oakland, or not the Oakland Raiders, but the Raiders. Those are like the three worst teams now.
Yeah, well, I can say this, right? At least the Miami Dolphins will not have the embarrassing feat of going 0-17.
Are you a Tennessee fan?
No, I'm not a Tennessee Titans fan. I mean, I like watching like the indoor or the arena football league team up here, but I don't like the Tennessee Titans. No, like arena
The
football, like the Nashville Cats. I'll watch the Nashville Cats,
the 50
but
yard arenas.
yeah, hey, that shit's good, man. That's how Kurt Warner got good before he went into the NFL.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought
Yeah,
he
he
was a
played.
thought he's a grocery bagger or something like that.
Yeah, he was a grocery bagger, but he went from a grocery bagger to AFL, arena football, playing for the Iowa Barnstormers.
Yeah, I used to
Yeah, so see
I watched a couple.
the pace of the game helped him, release the ball quicker out of his hand, because he always had a problem in college and where he'd run out the pocket and he was trying to I guess he was just trying to get better at being in the pocket. And you got to be
Yeah.
really fast in the pocket if you want to throw in arena football, or you will get hit big time.
Yeah, they went on a nice run, did they? St. Louis, Torrey
Oh,
Holt,
the
Marshall Falk.
mm-hmm. Yeah, they were loaded back when they were good. Oh man, look at what Kane just said. He said Tua is a pineapple.
Tua Tag. I can't pronounce that.
Tua Tungavaloa.
Tungavaro. I don't think it's. I think he butchered it.
Tungavaloa. Tungavaloa.
Tunga Vailoa. There you go.
There you go. Because the AG makes a unga sound in the Hawaiian pronunciation, so
Yeah.
it's Tunga. Mm.
I think he's a good
Oh, he called
quarterback.
him a noodle arm. Come on, bro.
No,
Why don't you
I
just
don't
go
think
ahead
so.
and call Tua a SpongeBob that
Tua
lives in a
is
pineapple
it's
under the
just
sea? You know what I mean?
he has some setbacks, man. He's got no
He
one to
had a
throw it
couple
to.
seizures. You know, he had a couple seizures, made a
Oh, I didn't
comeback.
know that.
Well, didn't you see him on the field when his freaking hands were all twitching and his freaking contorted? Like, did you ever see those injuries a couple of years ago?
No, I didn't. What do you mean? He
Like, he
got
got
hit? He got
helmeted.
hit hard?
He got hit like 2, 3 times where he went down. He got hit 2 or 3 times in different instances, different football games where he gets hit and then he just seizes up into a seizure, bro.
Oh,
And
that's
then
too
people are
bad.
like, "Holy shit, is he dead?"
And you said he was in practice like that?
No, it happened to him in a football game.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It happened to him. I know it happened against the Bills. It happened against the Bengals.
Damn.
To say the two instances I remember, I mean, they were horrible. Like he either
Yeah.
goes down and gets hit a certain way and his head bounces back, and then he just goes into a seizure, or he just gets hit flat in the head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they had a lot of high expectations for him.
Well, there still could be high expectations as long as they have a fucking offensive line. He wouldn't have had all them
There
problems
you
if the
go.
offensive line would have been all right. The people that hit him shouldn't have even really got to him as bad as they did. But when you have a shit house for offensive line, what can you expect? Other than bad news for your running backs, your fullbacks, your quarterbacks. Unless if you're running veer offense, which is designed for football teams with the weak offensive lines, you're not going to have any success.
Yeah, hey, today's
You're not going to
Thursday.
have a
There's a game
success.
on, huh?
Yeah, the game's on tonight. Prime Video, man. I had Prime because I have Prime because I don't like Turkey Al Sheik, and I was rocking with a rival promotion, and yeah. But now PBC's off of Prime and everything like that. It's like okay. Um,
No, I'm talking about not a fight. I'm talking about like a football game. It's Thursday.
well, I'm talking about the reason why I had Prime because I know Prime.
Oh, okay.
I got Prime when it was all the PBC stuff, but now it's different. PBC's move on elsewhere, and nobody really knows what's gonna happen next.
So what you got Prime for what? Internet? Stream?
I got uh I got it because they had like the movies on it, and they have the fights on there. They have the
I just picked up it's called a super box.
hmm
Just picked it up recently. I had to order it from LA. But I looked on the offer up, and I just bought. I paid 200 for mine,
Mm-hmm.
so I get all that stuff. It's on there. All that stuff I get on there for free.
That's good.
Like you don't really need Prime, Disney, and all that. It's all on there somehow. You find
I
it.
mean, what I do the majority of the times anyway is like I have like a few apps out there that I pay for like movies and live sports. Because Prime also has like Thursday night football. Um, they have
Who's
um,
playing today?
I really don't know who's playing tonight, man. I'd have to go see. But I do know that Dolphins play next week on Thursday. I do
So
know
they have.
that.
Oh, okay, next Thursday. Okay.
Hmm. But this week, I really don't know, and quite frankly, I don't care.
You do you follow football? Like do you every week do you at least watch one game?
Yeah, I kindly mix it up between college and pro when I do it. I don't want to sit there and watch it all day because I'll get burnt out. So
I get you.
yeah, it's like you sit there all day watching the like football is kind of different than boxing. Okay, you watch the same thing go on in football all day long. You're like, oh, I don't want to watch football for the next month after this, right? So yeah, I
So
guess it
you
really depends because when I watch college football, I of course I watch like the Tennessee Vols. I watch the Miami Hurricanes, who are amongst the top teams in the nation right now. Shout out to the Miami Hurricanes. Um, but one thing I enjoy more than watching the top division or Division 1 football is watching like 1AA and Division 2 because I feel like some interesting players have come out of there. Like Steve McNair, coming from Alcorn State, Division 1 AA. Uh, Kurt Warner coming from Northern Iowa, which is back then a 1AA team. Um, Adam Thielen, the slot receiver for the Minnesota Vikings. Um, he went to a D2 school. Um, that boy who picked off the Seattle Seahawks. Oh shit! He played D2 football. When the Patriots beat the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
oh okay.
Yeah, the guy who picked the ball off at the end of the football game was a D2 player. Somebody said, "Yo, follow Mystic 515 Mac on X. He hosts Dolphin Spaces daily." Well, I know that, man. I've seen him a couple times, but there's also this other guy who on YouTube is like there's a YouTube channel that I watch where he brings up updates throughout the week and he does like live streams on the football games. And like I know there's like 2, 3 streamers that cover Miami Dolphins football games, but this guy's more in depth than most.
Miami
But
Dolphins. You a Dolphins fan?
me, yeah,
Yeah.
they're like the yeah. In the beginning, I was a Patriots fan because like from the other side of the pond, I'd see like Teddy Bruschi, Junior Seau. But after they did their best player ever dirty back in 2019, 2018, 19.
Tom
I
Brady.
Tom Brady.
yeah, yeah, that's when I lost interest.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah, I
don't
don't know.
understand.
I don't understand.
But
How exactly
I
did he
always
do him
liked
dirt?
it.
Did he do him dirt?
They didn't give him a contract extension.
Right.
Right.
He was still good. I guess they went with
I
the
guess they went with the.
they chose to go with the
They
other
chose to
guy
go
for
with
some
the other
reason.
guy for some reason.
Yeah, he won. Well, he ended up going to Tampa Bay, winning the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, and hilariously enough, um, he has look it up. How many Super Bowls does the New England Patriots or who has the most? He has more Super Bowls. Tom Brady has more Super Bowls than any football team has Super Bowls. Put it that way.
Right. Right.
Right.
That's why he's the
And you
GOAT.
sit there and you do him dirty like that. Okay,
He went to the
you
right
get what you
team.
got.
Right decision in
Right
going with
decision
Tampa
going
and
with
vice
Tampa and
versa.
vice versa.
They did a good
They
job
did a good job
picking him up. I don't
picking
think he
him
would have
up. I
gone
don't
there if
think
he
he would
didn't
have
think
gone there if he didn't
they
think
could win.
they could win.
Well, I think that's the case for any quarterback.
Some people just have no
Some people just
choice.
have no choice.
Well, I remember when he was in the middle of trying to select a team. Is he going to go to the Tennessee Titans? Is he going to the Dolphins? Is he going to like he was visiting all time types of team owners and stuff like that, trying to see if he can't find out where to go. But he ended up in Tampa, which was good because I think it's like further out, like probably the weather. To be honest with you, if he went to Tampa, bro, because the winters
Uh,
down there, the winters up there in Foxborough are absolutely a nightmare.
I don't like. Oh,
I
the
don't.
winner?
Oh, the winner?
You mean the winner
Yeah,
in New
like up
You mean the
there.
England?
winner in New England?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
used to the snow.
I'm used to the
I
snow.
lived in the
I
Northwest
lived
for
in the
8 years.
Northwest for 8 years.
No, no, I'm sorry. The
No, no, I'm sorry. The
Northeast. I live in
Northeast.
the
I live in
Northwest
the
yeah,
for a
Northwest
couple years.
for a
yeah. See,
couple
I was
years.
always a
So
Dolphins fan as well, as crazy as that was. But when the New England Patriots pulled that stunt with Brady, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna rock with the Fins here. So I got more Fins gear. I got this Miami Dolphins spatula that I have here even right now. I have it. Let me see if I can't get it. All right, give me a moment to grab this.
go ahead.
Yeah, you see this, bro? That's the Miami Dolphins spatula right there.
Right on.
You can see that right there. Of course, I got this from the mall up in Nashville. Man, this thing will beat your ass, man. You could just hit somebody with it, man. Freaking leave an indention of a Miami Dolphin. That's what I do, bro.
Cook?
I mean, I also had this old Larry Zonka jersey somewhere, but
Yeah. Yo,
Larry Zonka was a beast.
you cook? You nice in the kitchen?
Oh yeah, I'm a cook.
Well, you're vegetarian right now, right?
Yeah, well, I don't eat beef because of Hinduism. I still eat chicken. I eat pork in moderation, uh, but mainly like a huge percentage of it is vegetarian.
Gotcha.
Oh, Kane says he likes the old logo better. That's the newer logo. I mean, I do have some old logo stuff if you want to see it. I mean, let me see. Let me see if I can pull something out. This is one of the vintage hats right here. Vintage
What is?
Miami. Yeah, the logo's right here. The original logo. This is like the vintage hat.
Okay. Did Dan Marino days or is it before Dan Marino?
Yeah. This is like yeah, that's kind of like merino. And it also goes back to there's another one, the Larry Zonko one. Yeah. Canes likes the old school logo too. He even said it. Yeah, Canes likes the logos from '73 to 2012. Very interesting. Very interesting. But you know,
73
why
to
does the
2012.
Dolphins have to be inside of a helmet? Okay, and not any other and not it, but not any other mascot has to be inside of the helmet. That's my confusion. Because if I had like an eagle inside of a helmet or someone else inside other mascot inside the helmet, why does the Finn have to wear the darn helmet? You know, so I mean, I understand it's a good logo, but you know, I mean, Tampa Bay even changed their logos. You know, from that weird
Yeah.
orangey Buccaneer swashbuckling looking character to you know like a skull with cross skulls on it. You know, the Miami Whales. That's what Kansas call them. What, like a beluga whale, or more like a darn one of them blue whales, bro. Facts. Yeah, there's a few things out there. Few dolphins things. Yeah. So let me see. Let me check if I can't find the Zonka jersey. because I know Canes better stay tuned, bro. Because if I get to this Zonka jersey, bro, you're gonna miss something. Yeah, Marlins logo looks like San Francisco got in bed with freaking. It looked like San Francisco got involved with something and freaking created a fag logo. No disrespect, but
A fag
like they,
logo.
they got they got these freaking these multicolored stars and shit on their logo now. What the hell is that? Freaking Florida Marlins, you need to pull it together.
Florida Marlins, man, you all over Florida with these teams.
What did you say, bro?
So you like the Florida teams.
Well, I do like Florida teams. I mean, uh, I like uh, I like the smaller school. Like when it comes to college football, that's a whole nother story. I mean, I usually rock with teams like Tennessee and
You're local.
yeah, I'm more local when it comes to like Tennessee and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's doing really good this year, so
Yeah, they are, dude.
they
Hey, that
they
that
might just
quarterback,
Diego Pavia. You
Javi,
know,
where is he from? Like
what I'm about to tell you,
origin.
bro. He's
Yeah,
Rasa as hell, bro. He's from New
he's good.
Mexico. Went to New Mexico Military Academy.
He could
Played
scramble.
JUCO. Played JUCO at New Mexico Military Academy, and then he ended up
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
picking up something at New Mexico State Aggies. Then he
Hey,
ended up
so
transferring.
hold on. So that's why he has those military people at his games, huh? Or is
Yeah,
Vanderbilt like a
yeah.
military school?
Vanderbilt has a ROTC program in it, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sure they put a little emphasis on it because he came from a military academy.
Yeah, he's good, man. He could scramble.
Yeah, and even
I
that,
uh
even
I
better,
bet
bro.
against
He's
him.
Rasa, bro. He's Rasa.
Yeah, that's sweet. He could he's a player, man. I don't know how he'll transition into the pros or if he does, but he kicked the hell out of that last team he
I think
played.
this is last year of eligibility, so for college football. So hopefully he does get a favorable spot in the draft. You know, see where he lands. I'll tell you
Yeah,
where we need him,
he could
bro.
scramble. He
I can
gotta
tell
he
you
gotta
where
play
we
from
need him.
where?
I know who needs the draft him, and it's no other than the Miami Dolphins, bro.
Oh, I don't know.
They need a freaking quarterback. I'd rather transition Diego Pavi
Yeah,
than watching
they
somebody get
almost had a
smashed.
couple sacks on him, but he broke free and he made some big plays and he ran for like 2 or 3 touchdowns. Was it 3 or 2 his last game? When the fuck
I
did he
think it was.
play? It was the last game. It was last week, last Saturday. I know because I bet against him and I was surprised. I was
Didn't
surprised.
work too well for you, did it, bro?
Nah, it didn't. As a matter of fact, that game cost me a
Didn't they
lot
beat? They just
parlays.
beat LSU, didn't they?
Yeah, that's who
Yeah,
it was.
I think it
LSU.
was LSU.
That's who
Yeah,
it
I had
was.
to think
LSU.
about it, and I remember the Bengal Tiger logo on the helmet, and I was like, yeah, LSU.
I think Ty had Vanderbilt. Ty had Vanderbilt. I had LSU.
And yeah, Ty man, he needs to get better with his parlays though, because every time I hear him talking about a parlay though, he's saying, "No, where did my parlay go?"
He be hitting them. He be hitting them parlays.
You need to when he puts down, you know. Let me be straight with you, bro. Let me be
Go
straight.
ahead. Go ahead.
When the biggest amount of money I made off of any sport Okay, and I don't gamble extremely high with a stupid amount of money. Okay, but I've been I've been known to gamble quite a bit.
Okay.
Okay, and the craziest one I had was I put down $500 because I heard this was back in like 2019. Okay,
Yeah.
I saw like the moment I saw it was like 6 7 weeks before Joshua was supposed to fight Big Baby Miller, and
Oh.
I saw Andy Ruiz was jumping in the ring with them. So I was like, okay. So I had just watched Andy fight a big Russian dude and stop him. Not even 7 weeks ahead of time, and he was bigger than Josh. So I was like, I'm putting $500 on Gordo Ruiz, and 20 to 1 odds, and I put down 500. Let's run it, bro. Ended up with 10,000. Uh, so I ended up partying like hell, bro.
Yeah. How much was it?
Not drinking or nothing. I put 500 down for Andy Ruiz to win, and it was on 20 to 1 odds.
Damn.
So, yup, I ended up with $10,000 off of that
Sweet, man.
because he just beat a big Russian dude 7 weeks beforehand. You know what I mean? And then freaking Jarrell Miller pops in the middle of freaking camp and all that shit. And then I hear Randy stepping in. I'm like, dude, Andy's ready, bro. He's got a big fucking. He just took out a big Russian dude. Made him. He no mossed the Russian. Do you ever hear anybody no mossing Russian guys? Andy has.
That's some wild shit.
so, so I was like, yeah, I got some upset for you, man. I was at this. I was at my homie's house, bro. I was at my homie's house. He had his kids out, and he's like, dude, what are you watching, man? What's this noise? Because I brought this. You know those computer speakers that can connect into your phone sometimes,
Yeah.
as long as the port's right. Well, I plugged that into my phone, and I plugged the speaker because the speaker's at the plug in the wall. So I'm on the outside, and they're hearing this, and they're like, dude, what's going on? I'm like, dude, Andy Andy Ruiz is fighting for the heavyweight championship. And all of a sudden, they got real interested because I don't know what. To be honest with you, bro, I didn't know too many Rasa that was getting up for the fight. You know what I mean? Like, I wish the TCD would have been a thing back then because they would have been absolutely going back then, bro. But the MX, even the MXBC wasn't even following it right. You know what I mean? They wouldn't. They didn't really get behind Andy like that. So I put down my 500, got back 10. I had to pay a little something, pay some bills that needed to be paid, and I just I basically took a little by little, going and having events, eating food on the weekend. Probably I was back when I was drinking too, so getting drunk with my Rasa people, bro. Hell yeah. And people always ask me, why are you why am I CCD, or why do I rock with Mexicans so much, right? Well, I tell them this, bro. When I was working like construction and like in the different industries I've since being here, it's like, wow, like people who work hard, who grew up working hard like I did. You know what I mean? So I relate to it a lot easier. You understand that?
Yeah.
So it's like, of course, I would. They would. They used to. They used to get after me sometimes because you ever work construction in the rock compactor, like on the gravity
No.
walls and shit.
No. What
Well,
exactly were you doing?
well, I would make gravity walls. So if you want to make a gravity wall, okay, you need to like
Gravity wall.
stack up like specified bricks, and you would just layer them up, and then you pour the rock down, uh, the gravel down, and then go over it with the rock compactor. You go over it like, let's just say it's kind of like mowing a lawn twice. You hear me? You go
Uh-huh.
over it twice to pack it down real. Then you put a couple of more layers of brick up, put the gravel down, go over the gravel with the rock compactor again, and keep on doing it until the wall is all the way up. Usually you'll see a gravity wall next to a natural structure where it looks like there's a landslide or something, and you kind of work into the side of it so it helps support. It all supports itself, and you work on it to keep from the landslides or any kind of debris slipping off of the side. You know what I mean? So that's the real purpose of a gravity wall.
Okay.
Yeah. So I used to like I used to say this is easy work, man. Easy work out here. And I would do like I would shimmy my shoulders while listening to freaking narco corridos, and all my coworkers looked at me like, damn, this dude's crazy as hell on his rock compactor.
Yeah.
you know when you're out there working, you just gotta get a rhythm and put your head down and get to work. So that's what I did.
Yeah. Or else you're gonna get bored. Gonna get bored and time's
Like
gonna drag,
they
man.
they thought I man, they thought I had too much energy at the end of the day, bro. They were like, man, how does he work like that and still have that much energy? But work hard, play hard, bro.
Right?
And I never was much for going out to clubs or anything like that. I mean, I've been to clubs. I've had my time when I had beers out in public, but that's not my scene because I end up smashing somebody's face, and so
Right.
uh, that's just where we're at.
Yeah. What you said you're in your 30s now?
I'm 30 on the dot. I'll be 31 and 31 at the February, so I'm an
Yeah,
Aquarius. So
you grow out of that stuff.
yeah, I don't really focus on age because people say, "Oh, time goes by so fast after it's passing a certain age," and I'm like, dude, time goes by the way it's supposed to. What you do in it is what matters in that time. If you're the type of person sitting around doing nothing, wishing that you would have done something in the past, then I could see your meaning. But it's what you do in that time, you know, which determines where you end up.
Yep.
I don't see the
Right about
aging
that.
process like I don't look at the aging process like other people do. Other people are like, "Oh, it's all going so fast. I was 20 again." No, I don't wish I was 20 again. Freaking, I've done it once. Why do I need to do it again? Ugh.
I wish I was 20 again.
When I was 20, man, a bunch of like a pistola y HK417. So
HK417.
look that up. You'll be able to see it. Yeah, so like if I said pistola, I'm talking about guns, right? So
Yeah.
a Heckler and Koch 417. And for short, it's HK, so you don't have to spell it Heckler and Koch.
Okay. You got one?
I'd rather not say on that, bro.
Why is it not legal?
It's something that's like, it's nothing that you go around pointing at people or like. It's not like you're gonna walk around with it in the street. Put it that way. You gotta act mature when you have it. So
Fucking door won't open.
which door is that one of the doors to the truck or what?
Yeah, it's a container. Container door. I gotta put more muscle in it.
Oh, we have more mota. We found the mota in there. Wait, mota. Wait.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something, man, if you found like freaking like tons of mota in there, bro?
Well, I don't think I want to find Malta. I want to
If I
find that.
found mota in there, bro, I was like, bro, is there anything pre-rolled in here? We're gonna smoke up for a bit.
Yeah, weed is easy to find. I mean, it's cheap compared to the
Well,
other stuff.
if you're saying like here, we don't know what to do with this. Does anybody want to take this? Right? I'll be like, okay, I'll take like a pound.
Is it legal out there where you're at?
Well, there go shipping ports in Tennessee. Either
No,
you're
I mean
working.
the Malta.
Uh, there's ways to get it out here, but it's not really
No. Is
recognized
it
as
legal?
illegal.
Oh, okay, there you
Like
go.
up to like 0.3% or something like that, 0.3, I think. But people have been making these THCA, and it's been going on up way, way far beyond the 0.3% limit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm talking about they're up there going up to 30, 40, 50% at least.
So if you're finding street weed, how good is it out there?
To be honest with you, bro, street. I mean, let me see. I find it all right, but the thing about street weed is you don't really know what you're getting. It's not like you can ask for sativa indica or hybrid unless if you really, really know the person that's growing, right? But if it's somebody you're just doing business with, it's hard, bro. It's hard to really find a good, something good and solid. But sometimes I feel like the street weed is worse than the shit they have in the grocery or the shit they sell in the stores.
Uh-huh.
Like I heard somebody say, "Man, this is good right here," and I smoke it, and I'm like, "Dude, this ain't good shit." I'm like, "Bro, freaking pre-roll from this store down the street is better than this shit." And I can get it for freaking a quarter of the price we're charging people per gram, bro. if you're charging 20 somebody a gram, 20 a gram, right? And you can get a freaking pre roll for $4 or $5 at a store down here, right?
Yeah, I thought you said it
Well,
was
but
illegal though.
I mean, they found a loophole. Like some people in Tennessee found a loophole. Okay, through the home, I think it was called the Farm Bill that they had. They came up with a Farm Bill, and the Farm Bill allowed see before the thing about THCA is before it is lit, it is 0.3%. After it is lit, it can shoot up to 35, 40% and get you the same high as weed would.
Oh, okay.
So there's a loophole. They're exposing that loophole. And recently they passed legislation to start banning that shit starting in January. So once the new year comes, the gas station herb is gonna disappear most likely.
Gas station herb? The fuck?
Yep. I mean that's all it is, bro. Gas station herb or store herb. Basically tree that you buy from the store. They got
Oh,
these
I never
all
heard.
these CBD stores and shit with selling THCA now. You know that. I mean, you could go to a store right. Where are you at in Cali?
No, I'm in Washington.
You're in Washington. Well, I'm sure they got some CBD stores out there where they got THCA.
I don't pay no attention to the CBD stuff. I don't. I think they got them in the dispensaries.
hmm
Yeah, I don't smoke. I haven't
Well,
smoked in a long time.
THCA is sold in a CBD store, but it
Yeah.
itself is not CBD.
Okay.
It's the closest thing. The only thing that differentiates THCA and regular THC is it doesn't have. It's basically the very 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 similar once it's lit,
Right.
and it also it hits it hits a bit differently, to be honest. But like the way you draw in for a puff, is different. It burns differently as well. So, but it still comes from a plant. All right. Okay, so it's not. At least it's not all crazy like kratom is.
Never had that either.
Yeah, I never had kratom either, bro. Freaking crazy. I've seen people freaking lose their
They sell
freaking
that.
minds on kratom.
I see signs everywhere. They sell that everywhere. Whatever it is, they sell it everywhere.
Freaking every tobacco store. You see it at tobacco stores or gas stations may have them. Certain mom and pops gas stations may have them.
That's your dog.
That's like a neighbor's dog, bro. He's like over there stuck in a cage, bro. Uh, but he's just barking, probably calling for one of his homies. Because sometimes, one time one of his homies runs over here. His homie is like this black dog that runs around here.
Yeah.
Just runs through this one black dog just runs through the neighborhood, rogue as hell, bro. Got tags on him and everything, but he is rogue as hell.
Yeah. I thought your neighbors were far away, man. I thought you lived out in the country where you had all this land and stuff.
Mm, no, I mean it's really not like that. Like I'm not trying to own like a whole bunch of land just yet. That's something I'm venturing in later. So I could like run a farm or something like that and make seasonings and stuff like that, kind of like what Brock Lesnar does.
Yeah.
Uh, like he basically has his own seasoning company now, and
Where is he? He's
he
out in South Dakota or North Dakota?
Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan,
Saskatchewan.
Canada.
Canada?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he moved out there. I think he was in Minnesota at one point.
Well, he's from Minnesota, but he moved up to. He was from Minnesota, had a farm in Wisconsin, and decided to sell the farm in Wisconsin and get the land up in Saskatchewan. That's exactly what he did. In terms of business, it's probably a better deal for
It's a big guy.
him. I mean, do you see them big ass steaks he seasons and puts on the grill all the time, bro?
Yeah.
The dude eats like a boss, man.
You
Big
can't
ass steaks.
really. They said. I think I heard Victor Conte say you can't. Your body's not made to digest that beef like that.
Yeah, yeah. Like I don't even eat beef, bro. So
Like you can eat small, decent portions, but I seen those thick cuts at like at Texas. They got those restaurants where you could finish the steak and get it for free.
mhm. If you finish it within like 30 minutes to an hour or something,
Something like that.
I
Yeah,
got some
something like
time.
that.
And they also have that for the big ass 10-pound hamburger too
Yeah, but you got
down
that's
there in Texas as well.
that's why Brock Lesnar he had that intestinal issue. He had diverticulitis. They had to cut his intestine and sew it back up because they had holes in it. He was like
Well,
leaking.
diverticulitis and colitis is more related to like food contamination and uh and it messes you up in the long run. So as long as you diet a certain way, you don't really have to worry about flare-ups.
Yeah, well, he had it. They cut. He had to get surgery for that.
Yeah, but without proper dieting, I mean, it's just pointless for him to. Yeah, like you remember when he came back after that surgery and fought Overeem and got kicked right in the stomach. Oh, funny as hell,
Yeah.
bro.
Two guys juiced to the gills.
Freaking, that was Ubereem too, wasn't it?
Yep. It's all Uberine. Uberine. He wasn't. He wasn't Overeem since his pride fighting days when he was fighting at 205.
Well, Ubereem is when he was extremely jacked up,
Yeah, that's
more
when
than
he was
what he
in the
was the other
UFC.
times. Okay, it was like 2000 and like Ubereem was like 2010 through probably like 14 or something, 14 or 15, and then he got off the stuff like that or whatever he was doing. He wasn't doing eating a horse meat like that because he slimmed down a bit by the time it came down to his fight with Stipe Miocic, and then
Yep.
Stipe Miocic bounced his head off the mat like a damn basketball, and that ended that.
You think Stipe is on the juice or was
And
on?
and I think Stipe is just a hardworking dude, man.
That's another guy that
Voluntary.
has a job.
He's a
He's a
volunteer
firefighter. Oh,
firefighter.
you said
Freaking, he was doing
volunteer? I
that.
thought it was his regular job.
Yeah, he was a volunteer firefighter, and he did some other stuff too. But I know he was a volunteer firefighter, no doubt, because he couldn't be a firefighter with the amount of time he'd have to put in the training and all that stuff, man. He would have to take he would have to have like leave on overdrive in order to be able to do that.
Oh, okay.
Now there are a few people who were police officers that were offered leave so they could fight.
Yeah. Well, police officers
Corey
though.
Saunders, Corey Saunders, that was one.
A lot of
Corey
a lot
Saunders.
of a lot of police officers they work like 2, 3 days a week. I know 'em- I know for a
Yeah.
fact because in Scranton, Pennsylvania, oh, I knew a couple police officers, man. They were only
Yeah, but look
working
at the
two, three
hours they're
days a week.
working, bro. Look at the hours they're working. They're probably working straight shifts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
If an
I don't know about
officer's
the
working
shifts.
3 days a week, I guarantee you he's doing straight shifts.
Like, what do you mean? Like 24-hour shifts?
Yep, that's a straight shift.
How do you do that though? Because that's like, you think he's just staying
Well,
awake
there's some
24
people
hours on duty?
like there's some people who can do 48 on, 48 off. So it really depends on job description and your durability when it comes to not dealing with sleep.
Who the hell stays up for 2 days?
Oh, I can tell you. I can tell you stays up for 2 days.
Go ahead.
Some paramedics inside of the like people who work in the ambulance and stuff like that.
But they're
I know
driving,
a few.
bro. They're not gonna let you drive. They're not gonna let you drive like that. They're not gonna just stay awake
Well,
for
not the
24 hours.
drivers, but the people. Some people who work in like the back of the ambulance, like they can work 48 on, 48 off, but not the drivers.
2 straight days.
Yep, paramedics, bro. Like I met 3 paramedics that do 48 on, 48 off.
48
And it's
on,
not
48 off.
consistent. It's like one of those slide schedules, where wherever it falls on that day of the week, it is what it is, bro. So no set schedules, 48 on, 48 off.
That's crazy.
Absolute crazy, isn't it, bro? Met a few people in the
I
medical field that
I
are like
stayed
that
up.
too, bro.
I did a 20 some hour shift before, but
Uh,
it was not legal though. Like it was a
well, I'm
24
sure they
hour
gotta be
shift.
allowed their. I'm sure they're allowed their breaks and stuff like that. So allowing those breaks is very important. That's law right there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I never knew that, man. Even the people on them crab boats, they don't even do that. Or them fishing vessels. I think they do like
Oh no, it depends
15,
which fishing
16
vessel you
days.
on. If you hunting for whale oil, bro, you're gonna be out there for some time, bro.
Right. What do you use well oil for? Soap?
Candles. Like the oil lanterns.
Yeah.
But I think they recently transitioned, not recently transitioned, but they transitioned a long time ago to make the oil lamps different. But used to they were ran specifically off of whale oil.
Oh, okay.
but people still use whale oil. Like if you're people who hunt like narwhals and stuff like that, like up there, like the native Alaskans and stuff, they hunt the whales and stuff, and they use the oil
Yeah.
and they use the ivory from the narwhal's horn for medicinal purposes, and they also use the oil for lamps and stuff like that. Kind of
That's
like
like
how
your
everybody
country.
used to do it in the old. Say again.
The whale oil.
Yeah, it really depends. Really depends on
Is
where
that
you're
do
at
they
and
eat
how
it?
much research.
They eat whale over there, don't they?
I mean, I've heard some people do, but the quality of the meat, I've always heard there isn't much quality to the meat.
Yeah. Well,
And they
certain
also tell you
tribes.
not to. They also tell you when you're burrowing inside of a whale to extract the oil, not to spark anything. You're gonna blow yourself up. Could you imagine extracting whale oil and somebody lights a cigarette and freaking flicks an ash down into your hole or right where you're burrowed at, and then just light it on fire, bro? You'd be like, damn,
That's
bro,
crazy.
sucks.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just watch a movie called In the Heart of the Sea, which is really what happened. Not all that. In the Heart of the Sea is what really happened, and what really happened inspired the writer to write Moby Dick. It's basically the story that inspired the writer to write Moby Dick. You hear me?
Somebody went
That's
into
what
a
really
whale.
happened. Yeah, they were looking for whale oil. Why else do you think a whale would be going around destroying them or going after their ship, bro?
Oh,
Because
you think
whales
whales
are
are that smart?
dumb. Yes, they're that smart. They're smart enough to know that if a shit's going around there, and they had a homie or something that ended up taken out by these merchant ships.
Yeah.
That
I went
I mean,
kayaking.
think about it. Think about it. If you're in that whale's position, are you going to fight like hell?
Yeah.
Yes, you are, bro. If somebody took out your homie, if somebody took out your friend or whatever, something you're attached to, and you're a big behemoth, bro. I'm sure you go around storming amok too, bro.
I've I went kayak. I went fishing on my kayak
Hmm.
not too long ago, maybe like a month and a half, and
Fact.
I noticed some whales off to the right of me. They were killer whales
Hmm.
because that's what they have around where I'm at.
Yeah, up there in the northwest, man, they got killer whales, freaking narwhals, but you have to go a little bit north. Like up there in Alaska, you'll find a narwhal. So I don't.
Oh,
You may see something in the northern part of Washington State, but I don't
I don't
know.
know what those are.
You
But
ever seen the whales with the horns at the end of them? They
no,
got an ivory horn sticking out.
no, I haven't.
They're like the unicorn of whales, basically.
How big are they? They real big?
Yeah, they're pretty great size, bro. They're not as big. They're not like the biggest whale in the world by any means, but They're big.
Like there's like a family of killer whales or like a school or whatever around here. They name them and everything.
Yeah, killer whales. Those are beluga whales. Yeah,
Right.
things are funny as hell, bro.
Yeah. Those are the smart ones.
Oh, they're really smart right there. Which one do you think's more smart, a killer whale or a dolphin?
I think a killer whale is.
Dude,
Cause you see, man,
I've
you
heard
trick.
killer whales trying to go after dolphins and they get smacked up. They get out slicked by the dolphin.
Really?
So yeah, I'm being serious. Like look up a beluga whale versus dolphin.
I'll do that later.
Like you'll see how like when the beluga whale goes after the school of dolphins like spread out and then they just start smacking at them from different sides. They do the same thing with sharks too.
Yeah.
And it's
Well, I
kind of
know
funny.
that I know the killer whales. They do that to sharks all the time. Like they'll kill great white sharks.
Mm-hmm. Now, one shark I always thought were cool were the thresher sharks, and those are the sharks that have kind of like
With the
that
big
bladed tail.
fins. Yeah, the big
Yeah, they
tail.
got a
Yeah.
bladed tail. The dorsal, or I think is the tail, the tail fin is
Yeah.
like a blade. It probably cut you in half.
Oh, I didn't know that, man. I had a friend that would fish for them. I don't know if he would fish for like specifically target that fish or that shark
Mhm.
rather, but he caught a couple of them.
Yeah, well, that is what it is. Well, I'm gonna speak a little boxing, and then I'm gonna get off of here. So let's speak some boxing here for the
Yeah,
next bit.
let's go.
Um, so so we got Wardley versus Parker coming up. Who do you got?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know too much about Wardley. I'm hearing Parker's
What?
on the
Well,
run.
Wardley didn't have an amateur career, like I said earlier. So, of course, a lot of people are going to be rocking with Parker because of all of his accolades in the past, and of course, not a lot of people are knowledgeable of Wardley other than being the UK Wilder, basically. And I remember they used to say that about Lawrence Okolie, and I'm like, dude, Okolie don't even hit people like that. Like
So if you if
I haven't seen one Lawrence Okolie fight where he freaking hit somebody and freaking knocked him spark out. I mean, come on, bro. All he does is
so
hug you and freaking hit you in the chin.
do you I guess some people were calling for those guys like David Benavidez, Bivol, or
Mhm.
Beterbiev moving up to fight Parker. Like what's your opinion on that? Do you think they stand a chance?
I think it's. I think
Hold on,
that
hold on,
I
wait,
think
wait,
that
wait,
I
wait,
think they're gonna have to
wait,
make
wait, wait, wait.
stops at
I think I got the
cruiserweight
wrong
before they do
person.
it.
I think I got the wrong
Who did you
person.
say?
Who is it? I meant Joe Pataya, not Parker. So those guys fighting Jaya Pataya, right? Because Parker's a heavyweight, right?
Well, I can't really say anything because I haven't seen Jai Opetaya's face a heavyweight yet. So
No, I mean, those
I
guys
mean,
face. No, 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 no,
those
no.
guys.
Like David
No, no,
Benavidez
no, no,
versus
no, no.
Jai.
Like David Benavidez versus Jai.
oh, you're talking about the light
Opataya, yeah.
heavyweights moving up the cruiser.
Opataya.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Jai Opataya is a little too much overhyped. I mean, he's fought a bunch of domestic fighters and caught him title defenses, like Ellis Zorro. He got really popular after he sparked Ellis Zorro, and of course, his popularity rose up when he got that fortunate decision versus Miras Briedis. But yeah, he did beat Briedis in the rematch, but it's not like he knocked Briedis around or anything like that. So his skills seem to be good enough to beat old Briedis, but Briedis had been falling off for a couple of years there. So it's like I don't really put too much stock in that win, even though it's a respectable win. I just don't put too much stock in it because Briedis has had his time in the division, and he's been slow. He had been slowing down, kind of like how people saw Canelo slowing down before the Crawford fight. You know what I mean? Some people could gauge, oh, he's gonna slow down eventually. So,
Yeah.
Briedis, other than that Briedis win, I don't see anybody on his resume that tells me he's a legitimate threat. I mean, he can outbox Briedis, but what else can he do other than outboxing Briedis? An older Briedis that don't have the stamina that he once had, that doesn't have the ferocity he once had, and which is just another way of the human instinct to destroy.
You're not right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Briedis is turning it into a clown show, or not Briedis, but Opataya. He's fighting a bunch of bums as title defenses. I mean, what is he gonna do? Just knock out another bum? So I can't really put too much on what Jai Opataya is doing. Be real.
Yeah. I don't know. I've just seen some people making videos. Because I don't see
Repeat
those
that
guys.
again, bud.
I said I just brought it up because there's people making videos. And
Well, of course,
just
a
thought it
lot of
was
people are
interesting.
overhyping Jai Opataya. He beat the Ring Magazine and IBF champion Briedis. I see why
So
they're
you think
doing it.
so you think Bivol stands a chance?
The fighters I think that stand a chance against them, Zerdochenko, um, Noel Mikhalian, if he can avoid a robbery versus another robbery
You think Zerto? You
loss.
think Zerto? You give Zerto a shot at him?
Yeah, I think Zerto can win the fight. I think he's got the hand speed. He's got the hand speed. He has the ability to box. Uh, there's there's nothing that Jai Opataya has done, which makes me think that he's ready for somebody who's not an old ass man. How old is Zerto? Like
Don't
32,
look.
33, maybe?
Yeah, he's around your age.
Like he's younger than Canelo is. So yeah, that should say it all, bro. Like Jai Opataya is out here freaking fighting old men that don't have the skill set, and younger fighters that don't have the skill set. Well, why don't you fight somebody who actually does have a skill set, and then you'd have me respect you more? Because he wants to sit there and be like, "Oh, nobody wants to fight me. Nobody wants to fight me." But where are your receipts, bro? Where are your receipts?
Right.
Like I didn't see him. I didn't see him trying to bark up Noel McCalian's tree when before he got robbed versus Badu Jack. I didn't see that. But I guarantee you this. I'm willing to bet money on this. That if Badu Jack wins another robbery decision over Noel McCalian, that's gonna be one of his next targets. It's probably gonna be an old man Badu Jack.
Yeah. So who does Benavidez fight if or when he gets past a Yard? Because I don't think Yard
I
stands a
mean, I
chance.
honestly think that after he fights Yard, that he's gonna fight Serto. Because what's gonna happen at light heavyweight? The freaking Bivol, Bivol's avoiding the fight, and
Right.
better Biev. I mean, he might have a better shot at getting a fight with better Biev, but I just find it very sketchy, bro.
I agree.
Yeah, better Biev is an interesting draw, but
I agree,
yeah, but
man.
we're just gonna move forward with that and see what happens. Because I
Canelo's
actually think better or Benavidez could do a number on Jairo Pitaya skill wise, but we have to really wait to see what the next steps are, because I'm sure if an opportunity opened at if an opportunity opens up at light heavyweight, I'm sure that he would jump on it in a heartbeat. But the only thing I see happening, to be real with you, is the IBF mandatory situation going on with Bivol.
yeah.
And
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
I think he needs to go ahead and fight his mandatory or relinquish his belt.
I
Because
agree,
his
man.
mandatory has been waiting for a million years, by the way.
Yeah.
Like Michael Diesel Eifert. Like, come on, bro. Why aren't you fighting Michael Eifert? He's been waiting there for freaking ever, bro. And I can't wait for the IBF to strip his ass so Eifert can have a title fight.
Okay.
So yeah, like, come on, bro. You got a mandatory. Man up and say, I'll take care of the mandatory, and after the mandatory, I'm gonna go try to unify or move up or whatever the hell I'm doing. But if I'm Benavidez, I want to snipe out that area. I want to keep close look at the IBF situation, because when they stack the IBF, maybe he could. Knowing how tight Benavidez is with certain folks, I honestly think that if the IBF belt is stripped off of Bivol, that Benavidez should try Michael Eifert for the IBF belt. And of course, the WBC and IBF being on the line, the winner coming out of it would have 2 belts, and
Yeah.
possibly hold the keys to the kingdom, bro. But Bivol has to stop this this ducking. I've seen him duck. I've seen Bivol duck 2 fighters so far. 2.
Name him.
No, I'm sorry.
Irish guy, I
This
know.
makes 3. This makes 3 fighters.
Okay.
This makes 3 fighters because I know he ducked Joshua Buatsi when he was a man. Joshua Buatsi was mandatory, and he freaking ducked him. And let me tell you why and how. Okay, I know you're probably thinking, oh, Buatsi's not on that skill set. Da. Okay, but Buatsi was mandatory, and Buatsi was promised by Eddie Hearn to get a title shot against Bivol. And what had happened was that Bivol ran off to his promoter and freaking convinced his promoter, Eddie Hearn, to freaking terminate his contract with Joshua Buatsi, who ended up at those boxer cards where, you know the boxer cards, like what is his name, Ben Shalom or whatever his name is over that
Nah.
promotion. Well, boxer is like one of those other UK or European based promotions, basically. Kind of like how like Matchroom, Queensberry, Boxer, they're all kind of there together. And Ben Shalom is over the Boxer, and I remember after all that termination stuff happened with Buatsi. See, a lot of people could see through the bullshit, but very few people could speak out about it. And I was one of the few people who spoke out about it. But when I said that Bivol avoided Buatsi and then freaking got his promoter to freaking terminate his opponent's contract so he didn't have to face him. Now that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Buatsi had to go and freaking find a whole nother promoter over that shit. And that right there is a savage duck. Not only is it a duck, but it's a sabotage of work, bro. You don't fuck around with somebody's payday like that. And the other one, well, I remember he set number 2, Michael D. Eifert, the freaking IBF mandatory, still hasn't fought him, ducking. Another duck is Benavidez. With him refusing to fight Benavidez, and then freaking eventually Benavidez is elevated to the WBC champion. So those are my 3 examples of Bivol ducking.
Yeah.
What are your
He
thoughts
sounds
on
like
that?
he does. I mean, he gotta mix it up. I don't know. He's holding it hostage. I think he wants to hold out for one of those big
Like,
fights.
like when is he gonna fight for more than one time a year, bro? Like,
Yeah,
he's
that's the
been
new
doing this
norm.
shit since he won the WBA belt back in like 2017.
His paychecks are getting bigger. He doesn't have to fight multiple times a year anymore.
Yeah, I think they should go back to the old model. Don't give them nothing and tell them to fight or die. Okay. So
Well, you could say that. You could say that about a lot of fighters.
ugh.
I'm not opposed to that either. As a fan, I'm not opposed to it, but
I mean, give him a little bread. Give him just a little bread, but
uh, who wins the Jake Paul and Tank Davis fight?
you're gonna hate me. You are gonna hate
What?
me. Varasa's gonna hate me. But Tank,
Tank?
he's been. Have you not been paying attention to freaking leaked sparring footage? He's been beating the brakes off of heavyweights,
Okay.
and those heavyweights are more skilled than Jake Paul.
Tank has been beating up heavyweights.
Look up Gervonta Davis sparring heavyweight, and it's out there already, bro.
He can't even fight the people in his own weight. He can't even fight those guys, those champions in his weight class. He's fighting heavyweights.
I mean, I respect what he's doing, bro. Like, fuck a world title at 135. Go for the open weight business, man. That's where the bag's at.
Yeah.
I mean, Salamo Aruch, a middleweight, fought against a bunch of heavyweights in his career, so it is what it is.
It's a weird fight. I really don't know what to expect, to be honest.
I think if Tank Davis comes in too light, he's gonna. He's obviously not gonna be as effective. But if he comes in probably about 160, if he comes in around 160 and he's jacked and fit,
Tank Davis cannot
Jake
come in at
Paul's in for a
160.
very bad night.
He'll look.
Tank Davis is going to come in at around 160. I'm pretty sure.
He's gonna be way too slow at 160.
Have you seen him? Have you seen him spar when he's around 160? Like when he sparred Haney, coming off the couch, he was about 160, and he was beating the fuck out of Devin Haney, bro. Had Adrian Broner going in there yelling, "Stop! You about to kill Dev!" Yeah, I heard about all that. Freaking, that was probably my funniest Adrian Broner moment right there.
I think Adrian Broner, he was just talking up. He knew what he was doing. He was just making it look good, making Tank look good by saying stuff like that.
No, man, that's just what really happened, bro. Devin Haney was getting beat up by a dude coming off the couch, bro. Just tell it for what it is, man. And plus, you're supposed to. So, and back in the day when fighters were healthier and went more rounds, they were fighting near their natural weight class. They didn't have 24 hours to rehydrate or nothing like that. So you had to come in closer to your natural weight. So
yeah, I agree with that.
I think Tank Davis. I think Tank Davis should come in near his natural weight, which is probably about 155, 160. Come in fit. Don't come in a fat lard of shit. Come in fit and optimal, hand speed galore, footwork, and freaking beat the fucking brakes off this clown. Let's run it, bro.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, Tank Davis is making. Tank Davis. Some people say, including back end money, that he's going to accumulate $150 million off of this fight.
Oh, I don't know. Well,
Yep, I've heard the models like he's getting paid like his contract payment, and he's getting paid back end money, and
that's some crazy
all
shit.
that's supposed to accumulate to 150.
I didn't know it was like that.
Yep.
I thought it was like
Yeah, it is, bro.
I didn't know Tank was that big of a superstar.
Shit, he's freaking. He's probably got one of the biggest. He's probably got the biggest American fan base outside of Jake Paul. So of course, both of them are gonna make big ass money. They're the two biggest American boxing draws right now. I mean, that's the reason why this is gonna make some money. But also, there's people who are looking for, either guy to lose as well. So it's like, okay,
This a free
somebody
fight,
could
right?
get knocked out.
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. But you know what I'm gonna be doing? I'm not gonna be using Netflix.
Yeah.
Get a Fire Stick or get a stream somewhere, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a box.
You could. It's all like jailbroke and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I got. It's called a super box.
Super box. Okay,
Yeah,
I
I paid
gotta.
200.
I might look into it as well, man. And
Oh, you
see
get
what's up
everything.
with it.
You get all the NFL, you get all the NBA, you get all the college.
Don't have to worry about any additional charges or nothing.
Nope. You just buy the box and you need internet. That's it. Connect it to your
Shit,
Wi-Fi.
that
And
sounds like
that's it.
fun, man. Super box. Okay, I got that tag
Yeah.
down right here. Okay.
Look up Superbox in on you got OfferUp?
Offer up.
Yeah.
I haven't. To
I
be
ordered
honest
it.
with you, I haven't done any business on there. So.
Yeah, well, you just download the OfferUp app and
Mhm.
order it from OfferUp. They got this company in it's a little store in LA. And that's where I got mine.
So offer up. They have got that. Okay. Well then, my friend, I'm gonna hit the outro, and we're gonna end this stream. All right.
All right.
All right then, boss man. Hopefully I'll see you over there. Like, are you on any other channels like BDA or anyone else?
I watch it. I listen to it. I don't really.
Why don't you come over to Never Sober's Discord, bro?
Well, like when?
And freaking,
I know
mean,
that's
he does it
Furioso's
every
boy.
night.
Oh, he
Say
be on
again?
there every night. No, because I know that's Furioso's boy. Yeah, I gotta get into my Discord again. Like, I have one, but I gotta figure out what the password and all that stuff is.
I mean, if you have to, man, make a new Discord and freaking do it that way, man. Like some of us just have multiple troll accounts, and we can do about anything on here. So
Okay. All right, man. I'll see you around.
see you around, man. Good talking to you.
All right, you
Peace.
too. Bye.
Bye.
चमके सितारे देखो हमारे शत्रु तो सारे हारे जय हो हम वो सिपाही जो है सदा ही रूप शिवा का धारे जय हो हे आज अंधेरे छटे हैं कम हुए हैं घटे हैं, कल जो दुश्मन यहाँ थे आज पीछे हटे हैं। गाती ये धरती है, गाता ये अंबर है, गाती है सारी हवा। तेरे मन में शिवा, मेरे मन में शिवा, सांसों में शिवा, प्राणों में शिवा, हर घड़ी में शिवा, हर दिशा में शिवा आज गूंजा हुआ है। जय जय शिवा। तेरे मन में शिवा, मेरे मन में शिवा, सांसों में शिवा, प्राणों में शिवा, हर घड़ी में शिवा, हर दिशा में शिवा आज गूंजा हुआ है। जय जय शिवा। तेरे मन में शिवा।
मर्द मराठी मातीचा, छत्रपती सह्याद्रीचा, आठवे शिवाजी राजा आज गा. वंदितो तुम्हा शिवराया, राहू दे कृपेची छाया, आठवे शिवाजी राजा आज गा.
सारी दीवारें भी, सारी तलवारें भी तुमने दुश्मन की अब तोड़ दी है। आई थी आंधियां जिस दिशा से यहाँ उस दिशा मोड़ती है। पार उतरना ही था ये तो करना ही था, ये तो होना ही था, सुन ले भाऊ। उनको जाना ही था, हमको आना ही था, ये तो होना था भाऊ। हाँ, देश भी आज अपना है, देश पे राज अपना है, अपना ही तो सिंहासन है और जो है ताज अपना है। हिम्मत की अग्नि में लोहा पिघलता है, विश्वास हमको हुआ। तेरे मन में शिवा,
मेरे मन में शिवा,
सांसों में शिवा,
प्राणों में शिवा,
हर घड़ी में शिवा,
हर दिशा में शिवा
आज गूंजा हुआ है। जय जय शिवा। तेरे मन में शिवा, मेरे मन